The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does now comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to all our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Really appreciate the continued support. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is Jcf Corruption with your host, Mystic Sensation, which is Baron and Anne-Marie. And we also have, as usual, Melting Pot. Let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. One Indian, Beverly, Falmouth Girl, 2, Jamrock, Bloomy Coleman, Jonathan John, Cecile Phillips, Dorothy McCoy, Carla Ebanks, Unique Ray, George Beckford, Reggae Matic, Paul Griffiths, Lorraine Taylor, Devon Fletcher, E.J. Watson, Nev, Blessing, welcome. And guys, remember just to keep everybody at ground zero still in your prayers, because it is still needed. They are still in a dire need, so let us keep them, in our prayers at all times. Fiona Burnett, welcome. Lynette Jenkins, welcome. And a special shout out to all our channel members and all our moderators. Without any delay, I am going to hand over to Baron.
All right, let me say this, a big umbrella welcome, right, to tonight's show, right? Pick up all the persons in the chat, right? Now, let me, without any delay, let me just have Melting Pot meet and greet these people, because tonight's show is living fire and we are going to blaze. All right, Melting Pot.
Greetings and blessing once again to the Six Sensation family. As usual, enough love, enough blessing. Good to have you here, sharing the platform with us as we work through all various means of corruption. And the situation is of such that we have to spend a lot of time discussing these matters, but we find it very, adequate for us to deal with. Yeah. So I just want to big up everyone as usual in the chat. Yeah, big up the people and family down at ground zero. Yeah, enough love and respect for the courage you wanna exhibit so far. Because we know so well then, it take a lot of strength and courage to go through this type of situation where, you don't have a place where you can feel comfortable to call home. But nevertheless, we know such a guide and Jah bless same way. Yeah, I want to big up my hometown people in a 2 mile, Kingston,
Of
Jersey,
course.
area, Eugene. Enough respect. Big up them people from in a Payne Avenue, yeah, Whitfield Town, Maxfield Avenue, Greenwich Farm, yeah, Majestic Yard, the same way. Enough respect to the Waltermites, them as usual, and we don't know, say, Agle Park Road, stay strong, same way, Yeah, Mandela Town, enough respect. Yeah, man, I want to say, man, big up on yourself, man. I want to also show enough respect and love to the host, Sir Lord Byron, and our technical director, Lady Anne Marie, as usual. She have a gold finger, she make the thing them flick. And so when she flick them come on the screen very quick. So big up to the technical director. Yeah, man, as she do the producing behind the scene. So once again, without any further ado, I hand back the floor to the host.
All right.
One sec, Brian. Melting Pot, you check your internet. It came in a bit choppy just now, so just check your internet. It there.
All right, okay. Let me go out and come back in.
All right. We want Melting Pot internet to sharp and sturdy, because tonight it's a very serious night. Now, Jamaica, when we talk about corruption, it just cannot get any worse. Can't get any worse. Now, this is something that I long suspected and something that I mentioned on previous clip, not one time, not 2 times. And we talk about the drug situation and gun situation. Now, this is very serious in Jamaica. This is very serious. I want people to like up the live. Legris, big up yourself. To put up Legris thing, like up the live and share it out. Because we want to share this information to much people. Right? Now, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, let me ask a question. Let me set the foundation before, get into the entire context. So we have seen that an extradition, right, executed on the Jamaica Labour Party administration that has to do with politicians and senior police officers, drugs, scamming, and so forth. And when you think that they would check themselves before they wreck themselves, it just seems like it's getting so chronic, that guess what? They are on the point that they can't help themselves. And so then we have to highlight them, shame them, name them, and so forth. So let me speak now, generally speaking. We have established units within the Jamaica Constabulary Force that specialize in certain areas to investigate drugs and financial crimes and so forth and so forth. And what I long suspected had now revealed today. I asked some time ago that the drugs and guns being seized by the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right? How are these things being processed out of the system in a legal way to ensure that the drugs and the guns are not getting back into society? Remember now, I've seen where drug abuse has been damaging several society in a global sense. And so then you understand the sort of, energy that the United States would have now put in behind it to ensure that they sort of limit, because many of that drugs getting into the United States, right? And of course, being utilized domestically in respective of which area in the Caribbean, which Caribbean countries have it to deal with. Now, Jamaica, we have never seen the Prime Minister, comes out and categorically distance himself from illicit drugs, never speak on the matter, to give an understanding that, of course, he's leading the mission in fighting against drugs as it relates to illicit drugs. I've never heard it. If he said it, right? Well, I have never heard it. But what happened today, it is so critical for Jamaica to know, both locally and in the diaspora, that the system that we trust is the very same system arming us. The system that we trust, the very same system arming us. And worse, the government who is leading us is the very same government destroying us. Now, let me go into C-Toc core responsibility to show Jamaica the responsibility and the functions of C-Toc. Let us bring up those documents on it. C-Toc function 1. Let us show Jamaica the responsibility of C-Toc. Here it is. And it is a crying shame. It is a crying shame that police officers, senior and possible gazetted police officers, are now going contrary as it relates to their functions. Now, the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch in Jamaica, an elite unit of Jamaica Constabulary Force, is responsible for combating high-level crimes, including terrorism, gang violence, human trafficking, intellectual property theft, and financial crimes, while collaborating with international law enforcement. Key responsibility of C-Toc: combating organized crime, focus on dismantling gangs, major robberies, and illegal arms trafficking, and drugs as well. Anti-trafficking and vice actively fights human trafficking through intelligence gathering, investigations, and public education in collaboration with who? Interpol. Financial investigation and fraud works with the Financial Investigation Division to prosecute breaches of the Proceeds of Crime Act, including money laundering and seizing illicit assets, including drugs. Let us go to C-Toc responsibility, C-Toc function 2. This is unbelievable in terms of what we are witnessing here. Cybercrime and Forensic manages the Communication Forensic and Cybercrime Unit, CFCU, to take digital and technological enable crimes to tackle, International Cooperation Act as the primary Jcf liaison for executing mutual legal assistance requests and coordinating with foreign law enforcement agency. Formed in 2014, C-Toc also focuses on intellectual property breaches such as sieging counterfeit goods and provides intelligence and covert evidence gathering for major cases. All right, take this away. So, of course, C-Toc responsibility stretch far and wide. What are we hearing now about C-Toc? And of course, senior members of C-Toc involved in drugs operations. But it even gets worse than that. Let us give you what transpired the other day and what transpired today. So let us give you what transpired the other day.
You want to start from there?
Yes. Let us give you this information. Jamaica Gleaner. And this is what transpired today. Unbelievable, Jamaica. Unbelievable. Let us look at this. Jamaica people, even although we know that the administration is terrible and, I mean, oh boy, I don't even know what to say. Illegal cocaine found during audit of C-Toc storage facilities, high-level probe launch. And this is a result of the inspector that they had found with drugs. They decided that, the auditors decided that, you know what? Let us go and audit C-Toc storage facilities. Mighty God. Look here, people. Wanna look here, wanna come. This is embarrassing. No, yo, this administration. Now, the Jamaica Constabulary Force is reporting that an audit of the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, C-Toc, this week uncovered what? 2 illegal parcels of cocaine inside storage facility at the division. We can't make up this. We can't make up this. The Jcf, in a release on Friday, said the audit of C-Toc's storage facilities was triggered following the arrest and charge of Police Inspector Martin Walker, who is attached to C-Toc. The police had reported that a quantity of cocaine was allegedly found in Walker's private vehicle during an operation on January 8th, which we had already reported on. Walker, who is charged with conspiracy to export cocaine, as well as possession, dealing, and transportation of cocaine, is out on bail. The Jcf said Deputy Commissioner of Police Richard Stewart, head of the Crime and Security Portfolio, ordered the comprehensive audit of C-Toc storage facilities. The force said the illicit drug was found in breach of established protocols. Mighty goodness. It said detectives assigned to the Firearm and Narcotics Investigation Division were immediately contacted to commence an investigation following the discovery of the cocaine at C-Toc. A high-level probe is underway. The JCF said Commissioner of Police Dr. Kevin Blake has ordered the immediate removal of the FINID from the oversight of C-Toc. And why that is? Why would that be? Hold on. It said High Command has also given its full support to the division as it carries out the investigation. The audit and the investigation are ongoing. Now, Let me go back to this paragraph. It said detective assigned to the Firearm and Narcotics Investigation Division, FINID, were immediately contacted to commence an investigation following the discovery of the cocaine at C-Toc. Let me go back now.
And it is Firearms and
No,
Narcotics
yes.
Investigation Division.
Now, the JCF said Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, has ordered the immediate removal of FINID
The Firearms and
from the oversight of C-Toc. Why would that be? Hold on there. Why would that be? Here it is. It said detective assigned to the Firearm and Narcotics Investigation Division were immediately contacted to commence an investigation following the discovery of cocaine at C-Toc. Now, this needs to be explained.
because the summon them to come and do the investigation, but yet them remove them from oversight.
Well, this even made matters worse. It said here, the JCF said Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, has ordered the immediate removal of FINID from the oversight of C-Toc. Is it because they went in and searched and discovered the drugs and established it? Hold on, they took backside. What this here? No him get gentleman of the year. Hold on. Unless when I read, unless them put it, as it relates to the context in a very wrong way. Unless my comprehension is, not comprehending correctly. But let me take away this on it. Right? I want to go on this. I want to just read. Why would the Commissioner of Police, as a result of FINID, went and investigate C-Toc, found the drugs, and highlighted, and as what I just read, that Kevin Blake had moved them as it relates to not having oversight at C-Toc. What the hell is going on in Jamaica? But Lord, we don't understand. What really are going on? We have to go and dig into this. I have to call around and find out what is going on, because this news came upon me suddenly, just few minutes before I come onto the show. So everything freshly the process through my brain right now. So you understand? But based on what I just read, right, I want to find out as to why the Commissioner of Police, you understand, would have moved the FINID, FNID, right, as it relates to oversight to C-Toc, known to the fact that FNID found drugs at C-Toc facility. Simply means that drugs that being, is it a situation that drugs that being discovered at an operation, right? High levels, high member, hierarchy of C-Toc, actually converting those drugs to their personal use to sell it back into the street or put it back in society. This is a very dangerous situation that we are seeing here. Anyway, let me just bring in Melting Pot in this space, because I have to do some further checks on this. Melting Pot, what say you on the matter?
Well, the matter is a grave concern, but not surprising. I mean, we have known that for a long time. We have not seen any controlled damage when, cocaine or any form of illicit trafficking item into the country been damaged. I mean, you can't have C-Tocs going on operation and, confiscating cocaine from drug bust. But nobody know what happened to the cocaine after. And I mean, things like this, you find that people would, find ways of means of maximizing wealth from operation like this. So we know say them have drugs circulating amongst them. Yeah. And it run right through the force. It's only who want deal with it, but it's prevalent throughout the JCF and the other, security entities them. You understand? Yeah, because it's not like when them get the drugs, Byron, or the
Yeah.
guns them send it back to USR, them keep it in the country, but we're not seeing any control damage exercise. So nobody knows what happened when them confiscate these contraband. And them have it in them disposal. And everybody have feed out of the jar. You understand? Because it's like a cookie jar coming out of them environment. Body feed out of it little. You notice you're not catch them with no big portion, just a little parcel. Because the retail outlet seems like it's C-Toc. But I welcome Finid, under all normal circumstance for going in and doing a auditing investigation and uncovering this type of substance. But what is alarming is that the Commissioner of Police, Google to immediately remove Finid from the oversight committee. It don't make sense.
That don't make no sense.
Because if them going and uncover contraband, yeah, that we know is illegal substance should not be on the premises first of all, and should not be in the caretaker facility of whoever this individual was, Inspector Walker. Okay? Because we remember when them arrest him and the two JDF personnel them, yeah, were on a Woodford Park early this year. So if that trigger the investigation, we welcome such a follow-up move. And if when them going to C-Toc and them still go find more parcel, 2 more parcel, we welcome that finding. And I think the so-called man of the year should endorse that. So how you move them after the investigation team, basically. Further investigation need to pursue because, there is no telling that it is just Inspector Walker alone involved in this type of operation up there. There could be more senior men involved in this type of trade. Yeah, going out an operation, confiscating drugs, keeping back some, keep it in the facility where they work because thinking more or less it is safe there. They are not being scrutinized or even looked at as involving in the trade. But, if we need get some lead and go in and uncover more substance, and Finid should be applauded. Because when you look on the wide scope of, duties that C-Toc supposed to perform, we never see them even do nothing. Yeah, them were contrary to the list of activity where them supposed to preside over in terms of reinforcing the law and dealing with certain things. Them supposed to preside over money laundering and all these things, drugs trafficking, everything where you know that's bad. And you don't see them doing nothing more than, them do some little hanky-panky thing in a society where raise everybody eyebrow. Yeah? You don't get justice from C-Toc, When we see all them gang-related circumstance event will end up tragic. When we see all the police them who on video caught carrying out malicious act against Jamaican citizens and telling lies. We don't see C-Toc going on to no work. C-Toc is being, operating as a non-existent entity where the law is concerned in terms of convicting people and doing the right thing to please the society who is paying their wages. What they are doing at C-Toc basically is attaching themselves to high-level narcotic circumstance. They like these type of operation where them go out and find drugs and, everybody get a piece of the cake. Because crumbs of that cake is a good amount of money for them, And much less them not take a crumbs, them a take a whole bun. Easter bun. I saw them things shaping in them parcel like a Easter bun. Now 2 of them big Easter bun the way him have. Them worth a lot. And many more. But, we can't trust the hierarchy, the powers that being we are run, the security system in that Jamaica. We can't trust the minister, and them call upon too much thing. We can't trust the commissioner, because we suspect him of a lot of things. We cannot trust the assistant commissioner, in charge of crime, Richard Stewart, because we know him run dead squad from how long, from him there on spear. And him still a run it. And we know him get reward for this type of activity. Him reward, is moving him from unspear to assistant commissioner of police in charge of crime. You understand? And then we see other people get reward. God Droopy get reward. Man of the year. Man of the year for kill 311 our citizen. And we have several of the murder, them where we see on video. We have cut and dry case when none of film worker them get charged. When we see them gang all like 22-year-old at Cherry Lane, 23 of them, nearly 2 dozen police and army personnel. And use a little fictitious getaway clause with them talk about mistaken identity. But yet still them go with a warrant. Or warrant can be written up in a way where it don't carry the true validity of where the warrant is to be issued. Name and address. So we look on this guy here, where I lead the Jcf. And we know say him not fit and proper for the job. We know say him is a wash-up commissioner. We know him is a hand-picked commissioner as well. So we know for a fact him not really qualified for the top cop job. Him is a lunatic towards the top cop job in the country. Because him act unprofessional, And him name call upon a lot of bang around. Remember him is a drunkard. Drink and drive and crash more than once. Remember him is a home wrecker as well. So him now live up to the principle of him home marriage life where him have, Him is a nastiness. And when you have nastiness, you know them are going to mix up in a corruption too. Because you supposed to keep finid so them can pursue further lead and uncover more of these things or more people involved in this runnings. And them have the thing already. Or you are going to come and omit them. So who you are going to put now in charge to replace that team here? Because that team here shows to them have her. So we Google to and tell we as Jamaican critical thinkers, is that in the light no team will come disrupt the system, leave the system, or you come see I'm blind. And that Google show we. So I move the team now where them eye open and them see and them never blind. And that him technically I tell the Jamaican public, But this are the guy where them say a man of the year. But we know him can't be no man of the year as it relates to being the top cop in the country. Because him is a flop. Him is a piece of shit. Remember the first day Google 2 take the office, We have a thing on video, where Earth people core right around the world. When them knock Romario Sterling, Google 2 take the job on that very day. And I know nobody in a year Google to come out and say nothing. and several more circumstances, yeah, of similar, you know, recollection as it relates to we see them all the youth them, yeah. Number 3 them and come out and tell life on the body. Tell life on the dead body. So the individual pull gun, point it at them. Nobody now shoot, everybody just pull gun and point on them. But one thing that is fundamental about all of these deceased Jamaican society member is that all of them either was going to work, coming from work, yeah, and all these type of thing. We see civilian run down man in a lane, you know. Where the youth have on him high vest, you know. I work him a going at the morning and he must go in at the lights firearm whole yard, you know. And the youth a run for him life and him run him down and him give him 2. I know me no hear not come out of that. And me can't go further on and on since Google 2 take the top job. Yeah. From Google 2 take the top cop job in a Jamaica. Members of the Jcf member them get worse. But we shouldn't surprise. Just look at them family background. It will tell you what them deal with. What them mix up in. Not just one family member, you know. Yeah, man. Cause the farmer senior top cop, you know. Ellington, you know. Him love them type of activity, yeah. Be a bandolo thing him carry out. Yeah, because him can't stop accumulate wealth. See him use all the state resources in him own security company and collect over 100 million. Yeah. Using the state resource, vehicles and servicemen. So we know what them do. Remember the other one in a foreign, you know. Yeah. Him go on a lot of shit too. And he mix up in the same narcotic event, yeah. So we don't really surprised when Google come and play that game, yeah, you know. Yeah. Because what we want to tell Google say, there is also other entity like C-Toc. We have carried out the same activity, so you should have sweep the whole floor. Yeah, you should have early morning sting for all of the office them. And that you should have done a show so you have some knowledge about the job. Because it can't be just a C-Toc alone there, you know. No. It's spread out. It's spread out. And several of you remember them have parcels of these substances. Here, no joke about it. Several of you remember them. We're under your portfolio. Them have them parcel, man. Them do them business, man. Yeah, them a live above the means of the salary where you are pay them. Yeah, but you know, investigate them, you know. Just like Noel Maitland, man. Yeah, as a corporal, him live the life way above a corporal. Yeah. My Benz, him live in an apartment. I do a lot of things. And we are here from the grapevine, say, him used to be a sure for to, you know, go to. Yeah, Noel Maitland. Yeah. Him used to drive for you down. Him used to drive for you. Come on, sir, man. Before you reach up this way there. Where there in the soup division. Yeah. Him not used to carry around, man. So we know the type of individual we are look for you. You know, fit and proper for the job. That's why we not get the result. But true from there, Uncle Sam put a little thing on the card. We see some little activity. It's like the volcano, you know, it has started erupt. Yeah. Started to erupt, you know. So some little people now I get identified and I get plucked. Yeah, because you have now. You know, always play that game when Uncle Sam, you know, intervene. You know, do some little thing like you know, clean up the place. Yeah, well, what we are talking about now, the amount of drugs over here, you know, fine. We want to see them, the drugs that are returned to Uncle Sam. So you as the man as the top cop in the country, you supposed to approve to the people them say, yeah, return back the drug, them wanna confiscate, them only for billions, bust them on. What wanna do with them? Want to all the firearm them coming out the country. Instead of wanna send back the firearm, people have them and sell them. People are selling the last big arms bus, you know. Remember the thing them still out there. Them out there on the market. So they just carry off a little thing, you know, but we not do nothing to show so well then, yeah. We not get rid of them out of the society. Them still remain. So your job, yeah, it is under extreme scrutiny. Yeah, and the best thing for you to Google too is just, you know, resign from the top cop job, man. Yeah, man. Because if you're there anywhere, you know, you see the accident where you don't watch it, that alone sink you and send you away. Yeah, simple fact of the matter, you have an accomplice with you. A female that is not your wife in any first world country. Just that alone, them dash you away. Yeah. But in a Jamaica, you have a stockpile of corruption. Stockpile. But them award you as the man of the year. The year when we lose 311. Our youths them to violence from the state. Where you in charge of them men there. Yeah. Where you watch the demise of people, young boys. Yeah. Young lady, boyfriend, or husband, or baby father, you watch the demise of them, how to take it for fun. Yeah? Because you don't come out and say nothing, you know. Dr. Crab no come out and say nothing, you know. Andrew Wallace no come out and say nothing either. Yes, sir, Byron.
Use 1 more minute to finish up.
All right. Yeah, so we are looking at a situation where gone out of proportion. Yeah? It's like the ass bolt through the gate. And it's hard to catch it back. You understand? Because when we have people when ready for the job, then you're not going to get no result in the fields of work. So we just said to you, say, just resign and give the post to somebody else, man. Somebody who's capable. And the assistant him need to go to, you know. Because he's a dead squad merchant. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
All right, thank you. Well said, Melting Pot. Let me just, because what we are getting in terms of our comprehension, right, relating to what we just read, it's very serious. But we have to push on something because I have to, you know, follow up in terms of have an understanding as to why the Commissioner of Police would move FNID from having oversight where that is concerned. But let us look on the FNID, right, responsibility and how the drugs supposed to be stored. Because this is a problem in our people. So let us get back to that. The one with the just let us get back to that. All right. Now, here it is. With FNID, seized narcotics in Jamaica are primarily stored in secure, restricted access facilities managed by the Jamaica Constabulary Force and specialized units, with major seizures often held at the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, which is C-Toc, or the Firearms and Narcotics Investigation Division. So these two areas, you understand, responsible for major storage for these drugs, right? That, you know, during operation and drugs, they confiscated drugs, it's stored either at C-Toc or the Firearms and Narcotics Investigation Division, right? FNID. Now, key details regarding the storage and handling of seized drugs include C-Toc headquarters, located at 45 East Queen Street in downtown Kingston. These facilities have been used to store large quantities of seized drugs, though they have recently been the subject of audits due to security breaches. You hear that, people? So there are security breaches at the entity, and so then that, you know, it been triggering audits. That means drugs that been stored and recorded, right? Turning up missing. Wanna try understand what it is saying, you know. C-Toc headquarters located at 45 East Queen Street in downtown Kingston. These facilities have been used to store large quantities of seized drugs, though they have recently been the subject of audits due to security breaches. What are the security breaches? We need to know what are the security breaches, right? The drugs that being seized in operation, right, taken to these facilities for the purpose of storage, and then the same officers who have seized these drugs in operation is the same officers, right? Seems like they are venturing either into the storeroom and removing the drugs. Now, this is a real serious bangarang, what I want to say in a paper. This is a real, hold on. The Firearm and Narcotics Investigation Division handle the processing and secure storage of narcotics. Now, then hold on. You know what? Let me just finish this. JDF Coast Guard base. Narcotics seized at sea by the Jamaica Defense Force are often transported to the 1st District JDF Coast Guard base for processing and securing before being handed over to the police. I wonder if the American authority see this what we are reading. Me the wonder if Donald Trump. Me the wonder if the American authority. I wonder if the FBI they must see this what they go on here so.
Well, they must see because they must watch the program. So they must see.
Yeah. Seaport and airport storage. Drugs seized at Kingston Container Terminal or Sangster International Airport are typically held temporarily in secure, high security areas designated by Customs and Jcf Ports Division. Now take this away. Let us read now. Let us go back and read to the subject matter in question. Because we need to have an understanding of what the Commissioner of Police did and why did he do that. So let us go back, right, and refresh ourselves as it relates to this thing here, to ensure that, you know what, we are not misinterpreting, we are not misconstruing, right, that what we are reading, we are processing it correctly. No, illegal cocaine found during audit of C-Toc storage facilities. High-level probe launch by JCF. The Jamaica Conservative Force is reporting that an audit of the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, which is one of the areas where the drugs store, this week uncovered what? 2 illegal, two illegal parcels of cocaine inside the storage facilities at the division. Want to hear the people? 2 illegal parcels. The JCF, in a release on Friday, said the audit of C-Toc storage facilities was triggered following the arrest and charge of Police Inspector Martin Walker, who is attached to C-Toc. So let me ask a question. I want to ask the inspector, right, a question. So, Inspector, do you have any gazetted member above you? Because you're not gazetted member, you know. You are the head of the line staff. It's top at inspector. Anything above inspector is gazetted officer. So, Inspector, we want to know if any gazetted officers above your rank, right, involving this thing, because illegal drugs being found at the C-Toc storage capacity facility. So how could that be? Talk to us now. Second question. Obviously, Are all these drugs being found where it put into storage facility? The breaches is one of those that recognize to be that the amount or the quantity of drugs being recorded, the breaches, one of the breaches speak in respective of the quantity reduced. Simply means drugs being missing. What is going on at C-Toc? What the heck is going on? Now, the police have reported that a quantity of cocaine was allegedly found in Walker's private vehicle during an operation on January 8th. We know that. We covered that already. Walker, who is charged with conspiracy to export cocaine, as well as possession, dealing, and transportation of cocaine, is out on bail. Now we see the inspector upon this mission here now. We want to know where the inspector get the drugs are from. We want to know if the inspector, right, involved in being a part, right, of the breach that occurred at the C-Toc facility. Where did the inspector get these drugs from? Is it a part of portion of the drugs being seized? Yo, this is a big something I say, you know? I wonder if the FBI, they must see this what me I deal with and the DEA. Now, the Cuban authority did report it to the FBI, that Jamaican authority, right, not interested in to fight any drugs in and that involve police and politician. How would they go on? Me, I wonder now if the senior police and politician using these facilities, C-Toc facilities, right, and FNID facilities, what really are going on? So the drugs that they seize, they are now converting it to themselves. Now, apart from that, we know that the extradition is on the DPP decision. As it relates to situation in terms of drugs, scamming and a whole bang around. No, sir. No, this administration here. No, people, we can't take it no more. No, pa. No, sir. From politician go right down to, hey, the Jcf said, Deputy Commissioner of Police, this and now my bang around now tonight, you know. Because a man in my phone well at, you know. The Jcf said Deputy Commissioner of Police Richard Stewart, head of the Crime and Security Portfolio, ordered the comprehensive audit, right, of C-Toc storage facility. And the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Richard Stewart. Richard Stewart, you try to be careful and protect yourself, you know. Because it look like your cause a little bang around, you know. It look like because you order, right, them to be audit. No, look what they go on now. Deputy Commissioner Richard, look what they go on now. The force said the illicit drugs was found in breach of established protocol. Remember, you're sending the man them to go and audit. And this is the report. You understand that came out now in the Gleaner. Right? So obviously, the Gleaner has been officially informed somewhere or the other. Or some whistleblower blow out this to the Gleaner. You know? Now, look here now. It said detective assigned to the Firearm and Narcotics Investigation Division, FNID, were immediately contacted, yes, to do what? Commence an investigation following the discovery of the cocaine at C-Toc. So that means the Commissioner of Police did not in the loop of this communication. The Commissioner of Police did not in the loop of this line of communication based on what we are going to read in the next followings. Now, a high-level probe is underway. The JCF said Commissioner of Police now, Dr. Kevin Blake, has ordered now the immediate removal of the FNID from the oversight of C-Toc. Why would that?
As him get wind of it, they need to be removed.
Why would that? Kevin Blake need to come out and have this clarified. Is it a situation that the FNID mixed up in a corruption? And so then to the fact that FNID mixed up in the corruption, the Commissioner of Police who instructed them, you understand, to stop the oversight. But again, this audio look like it come from Andrew Wallace, because Google Gaga no out temporarily. So the question, is it that the Commissioner of Police, Kevin Blake, is acting on the advice of the Prime Minister as it relates to FNID to remove, as it relates to them providing oversight to C-Toc? Hey, this is serious enough. It said the High Command has also given its full support to the division as it carries out the investigation. So I don't understand. You are giving full support to the division as FNID carried out the investigation. Then why you move them, you understand, from having oversight to C-Toc? Be complicated. Who had given you the instruction, Commissioner, to have them removed? This is really complicated. No, take it away, honey. Take it away. I hope the FBI see this, because this not look good. This need to be explained. So let me say this to Commissioner of Police. Mr. Commissioner, you need to explain as to the reason why FNID had been removed from providing oversight to C-Toc. Please provide some clarity where that is concerned. I am not at the liberty right now to accuse you wrongfully. And also, right, we need full understanding of what is transpiring at C-Toc as it relates to audit being done. Let me tell you what we want. Audit that was carried out and breaches had been established as according to FNID. An audit was ordered, carried out, breaches were observed. Can you highlight the breaches? Could it that the breaches is one of which of concern that quantity of drugs that would have recorded, listed, stored, right, in a secure area, persons gain access to that to reduce the quantity thereof? Come on now, I'm Mr. Sensation asking these questions. We want to know the breaches, the specific breaches that were identified, and the corrective methods that you are going to use to ensure that these breaches cease to exist. very, very serious question. So then the question, as here at seal, put back seal, because that is the question that I'm asking. And see other persons in the chat asking it. Who give the order? Who had given the order for the removal of oversight? And why is it necessary? Because it seems like it's a bit of irony that is taking place here. If FNID had done an excellent job in terms of their auditing process that established breaches, why are they being removed? Why are they being removed? This don't look good, Commissioner. And you can't just leave it in the thin ear and say that people can just draw to whatever they perceive, right? Or whatever inferences that they want to make of this. This is very serious, serious. Now, let us move on to other situation. This not look good, Jamaica people. Now, let us show you how poisonous this administration is as it relates to level of corruption, serious corruption as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party administration and what we have seen now, right? Unbelievable, people. Now, without any delay, let us get JP wanted. God. Let us get and hear what Mark Golden has to say here. Let us hear what Comrade Leader Mark Golden has to say. No, sir, this looks serious.
It is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
The People's National Party unequivocally condemns the government's latest move to oust the Auditor General as a commissioner of the Integrity Commission. This move represents yet another calculated step in a broader pattern of deliberate and dangerous assaults by this administration on Jamaica's anti-corruption architecture. The Auditor General has been a member of Jamaica's principal integrity oversight bodies since independence. The JLP's argument for the removal of the Auditor General from this critical role is spurious. There is no constitutional or other impediment to having the Integrity Commission audited by the independent professional audit firm, which is a well-established practice utilized by various public sector bodies. The synergistic benefits of the Auditor General being a member of the Integrity Commission in the fight against corruption outweigh the contrived arguments to the contrary, which is why it is specifically provided for in the Integrity Commission Act that was passed under this administration. This latest move must be seen in the context of a broader, deeply troubling pattern under the JLP government. Leading members of the government continuously attacked the Integrity Commission. Everett Wilmington MP has led a crusade of misinformation in an attempt to dismantle the Integrity Commission. Justice Minister Delroy Chuck provided misguided encouragement of parliamentarians not to submit statutory declarations, including the information for their spouses, which was a clear breach of their statutory duty under the Act. The Prime Minister himself has gone as far as to file a lawsuit to challenge the Integrity Commission Act itself and the very offense of illicit enrichment for which he is under investigation. And then there is a recent appointment of someone who is fundamentally compromised and unqualified to lead the Financial Investigations Division. These are not isolated incidents. This is an unprecedented and dangerous trend that seeks to intimidate and discredit the very institutions tasked with promoting integrity in public life. These are deliberate and coordinated actions by a government that has shown increasing hostility to scrutiny and accountability. What we are witnessing is a step towards tyranny, as institutions which are designed to protect the people from financial abuse of power are being stripped of their independence, weakened, and politicized. The PNP will not allow this to continue. If the government carries through this latest move, the PNP, when in government, will restore the Auditor General as a commissioner of the Integrity Commission. We will safeguard our anti-corruption institutions, ensuring that they remain independent, fully resourced, and above political interference. We will introduce long overdue legislation for unexplained wealth orders, which are another critical anti-corruption tool that this government has reneged on. And we will amend the Constitution to enable the impeachment of delinquent parliamentarians. The Jamaican people deserve better than a government that is at war with good governance. The PNP calls on the private sector, the churches, civil society, trade unions, and indeed all right-thinking Jamaicans to stand up and speak out against the systemic dismantling of our democratic safeguards. We must defend the institutions that protect our future.
Mr. Weoni, we are concerned of the systemic dismantling of our democratic safeguards. We are concerned of the broader, deeply troubling pattern by the JP administration, the deliberate and coordinated actions against accountability. Why you think I play this? We want full explanation as to who instructed the Commissioner of Police to have the FNID being removed from the oversight aspect over C-Toc. Why would that be? We have given example of the Prime Minister attacking our anti-corruption legislations, asking the judge to do away with the Corruption Act that deals with illicit enrichment. Who had given the Commissioner of Police such order? What is going on in the country? Why Andrew Owen's administration no time has come out and speak up against drugs and corruption? Why? Jamaica, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. And I hope that the Americans are looking in, and I know that they are looking in. Trust me. Now, let us get a little bit deeper here. To the next clip. Let us get to Brother Dawes number 5 finale.
Hi, I'm Dr. Alfred Dawes, and this is UC on Life Support. So far, the picture is clear. The University Hospital of the West Indies, a regional institution of immense historical and medical significance, is in crisis. Not because of a lack of funding, but because of a fundamental failure of governance, accountability, and leadership. Today, we talk about solutions. What must change? Who must be held accountable, and what the future can look like if we have the courage to demand it. The people working inside the UHWI are not just complaining, they are proposing solutions. Resident doctors and consultants have outlined specific actionable reforms. With respect to staffing, they have asked for collaborative workforce planning between HR and departmental heads to determine realistic staffing requirements. On the topic of infrastructure, there is a need for urgent repair and reopening of the medical annex. Clear strategic decision-making regarding the UHWI's service capacity amid financial constraints. Temporary ward-level use of stretcher spaces, again to decrease overcrowding in the emergency room. And of course, the staff need guaranteed access to essential supplies to prevent daily inefficiencies. Strategic financing solutions must be considered and include sponsorships and service fee reviews. With the immediate prioritization of critical items such as iodine, medical gases, and life-saving antibiotics. The University Hospital of the West Indies is an academic institution. The protection of scheduled academic time for residents and interns, which is currently being sacrificed to cover service gaps. Department-specific operational reforms, including the expansion to 5 or 6 general medicine teams, the establishment of new cardiology teams with alternating admissions and adequate subspecialty staffing to prevent the disruption of general medicine ward rounds. They state clearly a teaching hospital cannot function effectively without protecting its workforce, and that is what needs to be done. Another letter concludes, we look forward to leadership that demonstrates the same compassion towards staff that it expects staff to show to patients. What must systemic reform look like? Real reform cannot be cosmetic. It must address the root causes of the crisis. Transparent procurement. There must be full publication of procurement plans, needs lists, and awarded contracts, with clinician input built into the process from the beginning. All procurement documents must be available as public records, past and present. No more retrospective bidding, no more after-the-fact contracts, no more missing documentations for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of contracts. And of course, you must have independent financial oversight. Regular, on-time audited financial statements with clear reporting on revenue-generating services such as radiology and pharmacy retail. No more vague estimates, no more missing accounts. The public deserves to know how every single dollar is spent. We must have safe staffing levels, fill the vacant posts, protect the training time, and align staffing with patient volumes as doctors have repeatedly requested. No more operating with half the required interns. No more nurses being short on wards. No more telling Cuban and Chinese trained Jamaican doctors that there are no jobs while departments collapse from the weight of understaffing. We must have functional infrastructure, dedicated budgets and timelines to fix defective beds, reopen closed wards, and address the chronic supply shortages. No more excuse making, no more billion-dollar budgets with nothing to show on the wards. Above all, there must be respect for staff and accountability for the leadership. Robust grievance mechanisms, an end to the intimidation of staff, and clear, fair HR policies. When a senior clinician is accused of bullying and verbal abuse, that complaint must be investigated and resolved, not buried. When a minister presides over scandal after scandal, there must be consequences, and not just committee reports that are filed away and disappear over time. The role of the ministry, the parliament, and the public must be changed. This is bigger than UI's board at this point in time. The Minister of Health and Wellness has a duty to ensure that public funds are used transparently and that performance audits lead to real change, not just placative press releases. Parliament must insist on timelines, measurable targets, and regular reporting on the implementation of the Auditor General's recommendations. The Integrity Commission must investigate the procurement failures at the University Hospital of the West Indies with pressure. And the Jamaican people must refuse to let this story fade. Because if we allow the powerful to wait out the news cycle, if we accept vague promises of procedural improvements without concrete action, then nothing will change, and this will be just another 9-day wonder. I have stated publicly, this is how our health system is driven into crisis, not by chance, but by poor governance and failed political oversight. I have called for independent oversight of UE operations and for those responsible to face consequences. The University Hospital of the West Indies is more than a hospital. It is a symbol of Caribbean aspiration, excellence, and self-determination. It represents the promise that our people can access world-class healthcare without leaving the region, that our doctors can be trained to the highest international standards right here at home, and that our medical research can contribute to global knowledge and the advancement of the whole human race. That promise is under threat, not from lack of funding, but from a failure of governance and leadership. If we lose the UHII's accreditation, we lose the ability to train specialists for the entire English-speaking Caribbean. If we lose the trust of international partners, we lose research collaborations, training opportunities, and grants. If we lose the confidence of our own people, they will seek care elsewhere and the institution will wither. But if we act, if we demand transparency and accountability and reform, then this can be a turning point, not just for the UHII, but for the entire health system. Over the preceding episodes, we have traced the history of the UHII. We have documented the infrastructure and HR crisis. We have exposed the procurement failures, examined the leadership that enabled them, analyzed the Auditor General's findings, and we have outlined a path forward to the improvement of the University Hospital. The evidence is overwhelming. The solutions are clear. What remains is political will. The University Hospital of the West Indies was built 73 years ago on the promise that the Caribbean could train and heal its own people. That is why I went to the University of the West Indies. That is what we worked for when I was working at the University Hospital of the West Indies. This promise is worth fighting for. It is time for every Jamaican, every Caribbean national, every person who has been treated at the UHII, trained there, sent a loved one there, or been seen by a graduate of the University Hospital. It is time to say enough with the missing contracts, enough with the bullying and intimidation, enough with the billions spent and the wards still crumbling, enough with the excuses. We deserve better. Our healthcare workers deserve better. Our patients deserve better. The University Hospital of the West Indies deserves better. I am Dr. Alfred Dawes. Thank you for watching. And remember, this conversation does not end here. This is only the end of the beginning.
Well said. Mighty God, when you look on how well measured Dr. Dawes was highlighting the critical issues of our healthcare in a crisis, but where the PR still continues, the lies, the misinformation, the disinformation, the political grandstanding. Now, Jamaica, this is what we have to do. Enough is enough, and all this government accountable for good education and solid healthcare. Jamaica, we deserve that. Now, when we talk about political grandstanding, misinformation and disinformation, this is how the Jamaica Labour Party continue to deceive the Jamaican people. Look at this clip. Look at this clip. And we are going to hold them accountable, right? And we are telling them one by one, they will be going to jail. One by one, they will be going to jail.
For you and the PS to resign? Are those calls valid? Minister, there have been calls for you and the PS.
Hold on, people.
Minister, there have been calls for you and the PS to resign. Are those calls valid?
I thought you heard my statement earlier that I don't know if these calls warrant even a response, to be honest, because you're giving fodder to redundant assertions with no basis in fact or validation. Let me just say that the Prime Minister, I serve at the Prime Minister's pleasure and leisure. I don't intend to fall into the trap of responding to every outlandish claim made by the opposition. The reality is they keep moving the goalposts. At first it was missing ventilators. Then it became ventilators not working. Then it became ICU and high dependency units. The goalpost keeps moving. Permanent secretary, he reports, in this case, to a public service commission. He's a creature of parliament and he accounts for his stewardship. And he's very capable of doing so. And until he say otherwise, everything else is noise. And you can quote me on that.
Now take it away. Disrespectful.
Minister.
Disrespectful, right? And as he said, that there's no basis in facts. And that is the opposition is just making up all these lies.
But go back, before you go there, I have a problem with what he said. He served as the Prime Minister's leisure.
Yes.
I don't understand that statement because it's the people who supposedly voted him, although we know they stole the election on their part. So he is responsible to the people.
And not the Prime Minister.
And not the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister is responsible to the people as well. So I didn't know this was a kingship because it's only subject to the king to serve at leisure.
At the king's leisure.
Not minister serving at the Prime Minister's leisure.
So you have seen the sense of imperialism right there. Now, let me say this, right? Very out of order, disrespectful. You understand? As it relates to the very people who elected him, right? He's disrespecting them and disregarding them. He doesn't have to hear from them. Or, as a matter of fact, give him any service to them. He serves at the Prime Minister's leisure. Can you see the level of disrespect? The high level of disrespect? You, Mr. Christopher Tufton, and Andrew Holness are servant of the people.
Serves at the Prime Minister's leisure.
And you are to serve at the people's leisure. That's where your responsibility lies and your functions. Right? But since you said it is the People's National Party, right, creating all the obstacles and telling all the lies, the healthcare is good and solid, right? The People's National Party is just coming up with stories and moving the goalposts and all of that, and the People's National Party mischievous. I want for you to identify if this is the People's National Party. Play the next clip. Look if this is the People's National Party. Right? Look if this is the People's National Party. Come and tell me if this is the People's National Party. As you dismissed, right, the concern of the people. So look
about issues in the public health system. Before the break, we're hearing from the president of the Nurses Association of Jamaica in relation to what's happening at the Cornwall Regional Hospital and why the nurses finally at the end of their tether took protest action, because I was saying on radio now that when you say healthcare workers start to protest, you know, say things bad. Because they're the hardest set of public sector workers to come out and speak, because I know it has to do with your conditions of employment. Dr. Badger, let me let you pick up there before I bring in Dr. Dawes, because you had started to, I don't know, it's as if I was hearing you speak from your heart. You are saying what it's like to resuscitate a patient on the ground.
Yes. So, I mean, if there's no tabletop available, then the ground is the next best thing. And within the whole facility, you have mold, you have rats, you have barely any space to move the blood pressure machine. And if
this is the A&E we're still talking about?
In the maybe retrofitted Mount Salem clinic that is used for A&E now. I actually heard a story. We had a meeting on Saturday. And in that meeting, I heard a story that absolutely broke my heart. There was a doctor and a nurse. They were fighting over one chair. Well, not physical fighting, but, you know, saying this patient needs a chair, that patient needs a chair, because we had an elderly male that needed a chair and a pregnant lady that needed a chair. So you can imagine what it's like to choose between those two categories of patients. Why is there even a choice?
So the other one would have to go on the ground?
One of them would have to go, one of them would have to stand or go on the ground. So what ended up happening, that the doctor had to give up her chair for the entire shift to give to the elderly male, because there was no chair. There was no chair. And that unnecessary tension, and I'm not saying that they were, you know, arguing or anything, but that unnecessary back and forth for a chair, for a patient, not even a bed.
Take that away.
It's heart-rending, man.
Continuing to talk about issues in the public health system.
This is the reality of the healthcare. Not even chair. But you come out with a political grandstanding that the PNP is attacking you. PNP is telling lies on the Jamaica Labour Party administration. The Jamaica Labour Party administration is doing fine with healthcare. Right? All the necessary and basic facilities are there and everything is okay and so forth. And, you know, bedding, we have proper bedding and everything. Everything is fine. The Jamaica Labour, the People's National Party, they are disgusting, right? They are just telling lies on the Jamaica Labour Party administration and so forth. And it goes on with the political grandstanding, your trickery, your connery. You're a scammer. Let me bring in Brother Melting Pot to burn them down. Melting Pot.
Well, Tough Tongue is a minister that is under increasing pressure, you know, from all walks of life in society. Even from within his own party, based on the finding that is coming out of the institution that he is the minister that look over all these institutions. Now, the series that Dr. Dawes has done, has, you know, comprehensively, you know, highlighted critical situation that currently exists at the UHWI Institute. And it's a wide range, you know, and it encompasses procurement, bullyism of staff, undermining staff, you know, and lack of care in regards to administration. Yeah, no care being offered to these people. You understand? It's just a situation that has now surmounted in a way that the minister is under increasing pressure. So when him talk about, you know, the PMP moving the goalpost, yes, moving the goalpost in terms of uncovering the slackness as it relates to corruption. We keep finding more and more, but not in terms of telling lies. Dr. Dawes, you know, comprehensive report is accurate right down to the T. Because we are not just hearing from Dr. Dawes. You are hearing from people who attend these facilities, who work in these facilities, of how deplorable the facility is, how much it is understaffed, how much it is, you know, underutilized for its purpose. Because if you don't have bed, you can't utilize the hospital. If you don't have chair, you can't utilize the hospital. God, the working environment become toxic. Everyone, just like you hear a while ago. a nurse and a doctor arguing over a chair because there were two patients who necessarily need the one chair. A pregnant mother, you don't want her to go lie down on the floor. Likewise, the elderly gentleman. But these patients should have, choices of either a bed or a chair. But they didn't have any. So when we hear Tough Tongue come and speak about the vast amount of money that the Jamaica Labour Party has invested in the Ministry of Health, they have only made allocation. It's not been invested in terms of, shoring up the facility, giving it everything that it requires, making sure the staff them are working in a, well put together environment where they have, facilities and equipment at their disposal. Nothing of that. These people have been milking the money that they allocate. This is why there is no procurement. Yeah. And this is why when them come under pressure, them talk about reform. There's nothing that can reform where UHWI is concerned right now. Because as Dr. Dar says, the problem bigger than the administration up there. Because remember, Tough Tongue unpick the administration staff up here and use them into facilitating the wide range of corruption activity. Because the senior medical staff at UHWI, they are the one who's supposed to assemble them administration staff. They have that responsibility role, not Tough Tongue. But Tough Tongue go up there and pick the people who know corrupted like himself to do the work where he want them to do. And these people has run the institution into a wreck. An institution that, is the region highest learning institution to produce doctors of, first world accreditation. But yet still the institution is now marred with corruption to the extent where it's, might lose its accredit ratings, where no one would want to send them students here. So it's an institution that is well on the way becoming a failure based on the Jamaica Labour Party administrator, the Minister of Health, Dr. Tough Tongue, trying to use the institution like a cow with my milk. Over 30 billion Jamaican dollars now, where me can just roughly put together and say, yeah, this man can account for 30 billion. Him cannot account for 30 billion Jamaican dollars, people. Yeah? Because beryllium alone take 24.5, Yeah? So all you need is another 5.5. That easily can identify. So you add everything together, this guy defraud the state of over $30 billion. This is why I'm under increasing pressure. So just listen to how him answer the question posted by the young journalist. Him tell you say him serve at the pleasure and the ledger of Andrew Holness. The pleasure and the ledger, Him no serve at the request of the electorate who vote for him and put him there. Him don't serve the wider society as it relates to the ministry that him preside over, the Ministry of Health, where said cover the whole length and breadth of the island. And it also cater for visitor. This is why the guy get level 4 travel advisory. Because him don't realize, say him job, it's a broad scope job him have, We cover the length and breadth, and as a tourist destination, it also cater for the tourists them when them come. Them on a robot, them can't take sick. Them can't lose them baby like the young miss from US. This is why that video clipping brings such a shame on the little island. Not even sanitary napkin inside of the institution for mothers who find themselves in such a situation. So we just look on this guy as a big piece of shit. Him is a criminal. Remember when you have a guy who does not respect the taxpayers' money, you know. Then you see him do ludicrous things like giving one woman 85 million for a burger. That is ludicrous. You understand? That is ludicrous. As a minister of health, you see him bring in bad rice to kill half the people. Yeah? But then I promote himself as Minister of Wealth and Wellness. What kind of garbage is this? Eh? The man have so much corruption attached to him, unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, him can't argue the point. Yeah? Because right now, under his administration, the University of the West Indies has become a failure. Run down and lose its credibility in the region. Remember, 70-year-old building, it carry history. A lot of great Jamaican and Caribbean students have been at that institution and have excelled. But since them garbage attack the country, them no care about history. Yeah? Them care about legacy. What are their legacy? Corruption, high-level corruption and theft. This is why the man has so much investigation. Never under any other administration, $3 trillion gone unaccounted for. Never under any other administration where you see no farmer procurement being done for anything, but yet still billions of dollars run through the ministry. Several contracts being handed out without any procurement guideline. None of them are table. Them are use emergency and direct contract to run the ministry because them are dealing with widespread nepotism and cronyism. That's why them avoid the procurement guideline and put in the contract up for tender. Them bypass them two mechanisms there. But should we surprise? No. Because the leader who is in charge of the party, is a guy when no want no farmer checks and balance and accountability. We are running Jamaica is concerned. Him think it's like running up in the yard, but him can't run up there because size 13 box him up regularly, people. And him can't respond to nothing when that happen. Him have to just hold him box. Hold him box. Like how you hold a box food in your hand. You understand? So we understand the problem with Jamaica have. Yeah? It's the man that hold the top job. The Andrew hold the Seaga. Yeah? That's a Jamaica problem, Because remember, you as the man in charge of the country, you supposed to provide over all of your ministers, And you hold them accountable. So when you hear all big corruption scandal like this now, oh, you have tough tongue. Yeah? I push back journalist question one side. And I said, you have the full backing of you because I work at your pleasure and your leisure. And until, everything good on the highway with him. You can't have a guy like this. You'd have fire him if he's a good prime minister. You'd have fire him long time. You have so much reason to fire this guy and you don't fire him. So much reason. But you ain't to see him, 6 or 1.5 dozen of the other time allow you to keep an election at the height of the pandemic when him did have the authority over protecting the people's life in Jamaica as the Minister of Health. You couldn't call an election without him ratifying that. And if you try to call it and him is a well-thinking individual who cares about Jamaican people's life, he would have tell us, no, Prime Minister, we're not ready for that. We're in a pandemic. We could just stick to the protocol and protect the people. You had him plan to keep the election. That's why Andrew can't move, Can you give him leverage people in a 2020? Andrew couldn't hold the election without the go ahead from the Minister of Health. People need to know that. So Andrew have to pay back him dues. You understand? To tough tongue. So tough tongue, right to tell you, say, him operate at the pleasure and the ledger of Andrew Oldis. And him have him full backing. Him tell you that. But yet still, the institution where him are the minister for, it up on its face, it flat. Nurses protested with placard and shouting, "No more rats." This is an international disgrace on this guy watch. This guy shouldn't even wait for the people of Jamaica ask him to resign. Him should have leave. But remember, you know, him can't leave. When an individual have no dignity, him have pride. So for him not have no dignity, you think him have any pride? Him no shame. Him no care. He gonna still remain the same. Same old nasty piece of shit. Same a minister of health for the country. We get level 4 travel advisory, but yet still both of them spend the most money. Garbage, my Jamaican people. Garbage. If you spend the most money, everybody will use Jamaica space supposed to benefit. Even the tourists them, the people them supposed to have everything in the hospital at them disposal when them going. That's supposed to do them to administrate the care where them need. Medication supposed to do that. I ain't not supposed to have nobody a bully nobody when them for write a prescription if it go out a road to go fill. People job being threatened up a UE. I remember your administration staff, you know, where you go up there, go construct, you know, and them a threat the people them for not giving a patient the opportunity to go and fill the prescription outside of UHII Institute. You understand? So we have to look on these things as victimization, manipulation, aggressive nature toward your own staff. I mean, miscaring for the patient because you suffer the patient, you know. They have to wait till you get it filled because you want to maximize the money. So it's a wholesale, you run up there, a corner shop, I don't know where you run. I think it's a hospital you run. We are deliver care and you deliver it for a, you know, relatively quick period of time where you look after the patient, diagnose them, write them prescription, make them get them medication so them can start them treatment. What kind of hole you hold patient to ransom up there? To fill one medication. What that? So you just go in at the ministry to rob the taxpayers them. Yeah? And we are make everybody know about you. Worldwide. So you're a criminal. You're a 5-star criminal. Yeah? And you're high up in the rank. In the Andrew Oldness regime. You're one of the top man them up there. Your work where you're doing at Jamaica, you know. Nobody can see it, you know. Because you destroy all our hospital them. You destroy them and you use a little thing, you know. You still run going in 2016. When you commence restoration of Cornwall Regional Hospital. It project for $2 billion. All know it can't done. Yeah, when you complete 3 terms. And I know it can't done. But yeah, say, where the people must say, a lie and PMP and move the goalpost. We never know we have goalposts in the Ministry of Health. I think goalposts up on play field. So I love to come with some like a fucking narrative. Like I don't think people are going to buy that. Yeah? But you have a right. Because I love play political football. Yeah? Because tit patat you play, but we don't play nothing with you right now. We are call it out. We don't have a game with you right now, tough tongue. We are calling you out. We are telling you if you do the honorable thing and resign. Because he's a failure, you're a piece of shit. Your nurse, them a protest against your administration as the man in charge of the ministry. telling the entire world, no more rats. You understand? That was the voice of the disgruntled nurses them, where you are the man who represent the ministry where them work, you know. That's why you fly out and you get a broken, you go somewhere, go fix it. You get a broke foot, you go, that's so the whole down. So everybody know what I do, you know. And everybody sits down no care. That's why it grieves me when my people run around on it. When a criminal, when a druggies, yeah, when a traffic gun coming out of the country and mash up the society, kill half of people them and import foreigner to come take the number. You understand? So we don't like you know. Let me tell you the truth, tough tongue. Yeah, because you listen to the program. Me melting pot not like you one bit. Me not like the leader where I run your party either. I mean not like the whole town, no, for a matter of fact. Because all you do is mash up Jamaica, you know. Mash up Jamaica well to no sell out a little third world country. We don't have nothing about to no shit house. Whole town, you know. Wealthy, you know. We are above. We can declare to the Integrity Commission. So the leader always a move anything to do with auditing, anything to do with accountability, anything we keep in our checks and balance. We don't have a dirty corrupt leader where him seek to destroy that. So I hear Mystica ask a question, who give the order to Kevin Blake? Now I see dirty Google to Droopy. Well, you know who employ him? Andrew only scheme the order. Because what happen now, because I dissect the case round here, so now I'm a chair. What happen, yeah, Richard Stewart are the man where I lead the investigation that undermine nasty Droopy Google 2. Yeah, so Google 2 phone him boss. And you know him boss operate. Let the ego get the better time and Jim knows so well and Google are the commissioner and Stewart are the assistant. Him rule in favor of Google 2. And order the removal of Finid, yeah, from the oversight of C-Toc. I see him said go. Because Google 2 thin skin just like Andrew, you know. Yeah, so Google 2 no really want. Because me tell him from him coming at the job, him not do nothing, you know. Day when him coming, Ramario Sterling case, him not do nothing about that. Remember, him not do nothing. You said when nobody pin out of the big drug bust. Him no lead no investigation to pluck out none of the man them. We do that illicit trading here. Like Martin Walker, where him want him. Yeah? So, Stewart now overshadow him by leading an investigation team based on a whistleblower. Yeah, and go up there and go find 2 package. I remember, you know, when we look on, you know, in our report where that show you know, the drugs them that scatter all over, all Coast Guard have for them place where them keep the drugs where them what I see, you know. Airport have for them one place, you know. Kingston Wharf have for them one place, you know. C-Toc have for them one place. And Finid have fit one place. So the drugs them all over the place and everybody have pinch out of the jar. That's why I tell them, so them should do a comprehensive run through all of the entities them and sweep them. Can't just C-Toc alone. But remember them under pressure from United States, you know. Where the same substance is concerned. So them have to do things now to make it look like them you know, I move towards curbing the drugs, trafficking in the country and arrest people who involved in it. No. That little small chip on fry them all up. You have some bigger fish than this superintendent there. Inspector of police. You have bigger fish than him. Because him thing when them hold him around a Woodford Park on the 8th of January. No big boy never there around him. I just two little man from over JDF. If my do big sting operation, big boys there around him and him thing move properly, not get bust.
Melting pot. What is the melting pot? Let me hear from Sister P. Sister P was calling us, but we didn't see the call. Yes, Sister P, you're live. Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 question.
Yes.
No, 2 questions. What I like help with it. In the C-Toc something, you see?
Yes.
How illegal cocaine. If it's a place where cocaine store or is a place where buckle store. Or when you tell buckle my fire road and then store. So how come illegal buckle reach there? We don't understand that part there.
Well, that is really, you understand, that automatically would go to procedural breakdown. And it is very serious in the sense that, okay, all right, let us try to understand, because we have no form of understanding as it relates to how those 2 packages of cocaine got there. Was it a situation that, okay, because there is an audit done and there are certain breaches established? What are the breaches that have been established? Is it a situation where drugs has been stored in the facility, and one of the breaches is that, right, the audit discovered that the amount of drugs stored on record and what physically checked, the quantity being reduced, simply mean someone has access to the storage facility area to remove out those drugs, you understand, and put them in an other area where they are not supposed to be, right? Now, again, it could be a situation where, is it a situation that during the course of certain operation, drugs has been taken, sniped off, and portion hide within the facility. So it is for them to explain, but it's a troubling situation.
Okay, that we want to find out. And why the commissioner would remove that they set a man there?
Well, Sister P, that is a big question, you know. And the commissioner of police just can't decide on, you know, an action like that to move the FNID, right, who provide oversight to C-Toc. And not only that, they provide oversight to C-Toc, an audit was done, carried out by them, and they establish, right, series of breaches. So then, if that is so, that is telling me that the FNID is doing a fine job as it relates to that audit that establish those breaches. Why would the commissioner of police, you're asking the question, I am asking the question, many of the people in the chat are asking the same question. None of us know the answer, Sister P. And that is one of the reasons why the commissioner of police need to come out and clarify that.
Corruption. Clarify already that pass. Because if you do a job and me do a good job, you're supposed to promote me and give me more job instead of you take me out.
Exactly.
So something all right, that's all.
And the thing
if them do a good job, why you move them?
Well said, Sister P. And that is the same question that I am asking. If obviously if FNID would be doing a good job, right? They had established certain breaches, right? And I mean, who instructed the commissioner of police to execute that order? And the only person who can instruct the commissioner of police, the truth be told, is the prime minister. Because Google Gaga is out. So the only person who can instruct the commissioner of police is the prime minister. Is that instruction coming from the prime minister or the commissioner of police acted unilaterally? I don't believe that the commissioner of police acted unilaterally.
Ninja man, that says something, right?
Well.
And the next thing now, why is this government want to take out the auditor general after the IC? So,
well, you know, say the auditor.
People are doing some things.
Yeah, the auditor general dig too much on the prime minister. So the auditor general are informed. I don't know how to put it.
But that's what you get paid for. That's a judge, the auditor.
Well, remember that.
So if you don't have no, if you don't have not to hide, if if you don't have nothing to hide, why you're trouble when not trouble you have other things to take care of? No, this thing it get too nasty, man, and too bare face. Bare face, even take out the auditor general where you go there go see. The office is there even before you turn prime minister. And you know you go there, oh you man, ya king, ya who? Eh? Ya who? Brother, Mr. Wallace.
Yes.
Mr. Wallace, oh, you cut back, man. The higher monkey climb are more exposed. And who advise you? Then I advise you, good brother. Because you can't have a person or persons and do good job and you move them. So that is the reason why we all get bad job. And bad job into distress. And
Yes.
we're going to move out. You try to find law to move out the auditor. They go see it left in there. The person never put in them more cents more you. And if you say you're clean and you don't have not the eye, we are trouble them this up there for. And you have other things to take care of as a prime minister, brother. You have bigger things to take care of as a prime minister. Tell them you say you're corrupt to the teeth, brother.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to tell you, if you're corrupt to the teeth, you know, you're not getting a fight. You could have fight tooth and nail, you could have climbed Mount Everest. Because where your hand come it, you're behind our paper.
All right.
And I heal back.
Blessings. All right, Melting Pot. Kick it. Because you know we don't play kick it.
You know, I always like to listen to Sister Pat when she come in, you know. Sister Pat always have something to knock them with, you know. Yeah, man. But, I mean, we all know, say, Andrew Warren is in charge of Google. So, we just have to make the people them understand fully well. Say, Google can, you know, do what him do. Or 5 more. Because the word they use unilateral. Him don't know what you know. Him don't see no viral. They know not about the word unilateral. So we know Andrew Wallet instruct him and tell him what to do. Because Hansness wake up, you know. And when Hansness wake up, a trouble and skit. All type of biting are go on. And, you know, you are going to say, aye. Some little night are going to start, mate. So, Andrew don't really want that, you know. Andrew want to run the thing, or him set the thing, and it will remain that way. So I don't know what go fly now. Richard Stewart head. I don't know if Richard Stewart realize that Google to under pressure from the people in Jamaica. They don't really like him as the commissioner and him a try to, you know, position himself to get the top cop job. Because sometimes, you know, you have some people fight over one position, you know. Because when one man see a weakness in his opponent, you know, him try to capitalize. And one way of capitalizing is a breakthrough like this, where you edit, yeah, and the commissioner boy sit down and look like a piece of Jupiter kind now work. You understand? Because remember, you know, all of the entities them who facilitate, you know, drugs confiscation, one of them can charge them one another. Because FNID, them deal with it too. C-Toc, Mocha, the US, the Coast Guard, them have for them look a place where them will not see them go stack it where they so. The airport have for them thing, the seaport have for them thing. So the thing that it all over the place. I think to them thing they would have one central location with under maximum security. You understand? And you get it back out of the country, we can send it to give Uncle Sam, make Uncle Sam dispose of it. You understand? So you'd have transparent to Uncle Sam and I show him say, well, see that everything will come on my place so much tonight, me give back. Yeah, where? But when I see not like that, we're going to start here say them people that will work up na them agency there, them have the thing out the road and them are hustle. Now we don't want our policemen involved, now with JDF men them involved in this substance. Yeah, because it has show we as Jamaicans say, we not get no protection from you. We not rogue, we not druggists. We not deal with substance we are killing our people. So in a phone one hearts of hearts, we have men that are wicked. Cause me not give nobody not when me know I go kill them, you know. No, cause my job is to serve and protect you, though. Me I go destroy you with a substance. Or if me even not get money, if me even not send it to Europe. I'm there at Jamaica, me know what I go do damage over Europe. So you have to care for human being. You have to have that humanitarian side about you. So this is why we want to clean up Jamaica. We want to make sure Jamaica not have these type of thing attempt these little men. When you go your work, if you do your work professionally, man, and go back home, man, and make sure when you go in, you can say to yourself, say, yeah, you know, I had a good day out on the work, well done. You know, if you go home and you have a heavy heart because you know you do some corruption thing out the road, you knock out all you for number 3 and all them way there. When you look back in yourself, you know, so you should never do that. Enough time when you do the thing and tune the trigger up here on the hype, you know. Go on the ego, you know, come down and look on yourself and know something do wrong. Me know that I reach, you know. Yeah? Because not just human. Go on out there with the gun in our hand and go on like a robot. Because the type of assertive command we want to get from superior above, you know. Give you that incentive to go out there and go on like a robot. Like nothing can do, no. Like you no human, no flesh and blood. You understand? Because we know what gun do, you know. Gun incentivize your power. Make you feel like you're supernatural over your opponent. And this is where we're not losing a mindset. Yeah? So the whole corruption thing, Jamaica now have to start mobilize themselves as one and ask for a change of government. Because all the corruption we are running at Jamaica is because of the government that is in place. The government of the day is responsible for all corruption, my people. If you have a government who is against corruption, your society rid itself of that dangerous virus. But if you have a government who participate and facilitate such activity, the society becomes corrupted, infested, and then you have the system now break down because everybody is just working for one common goal, wealth, not working for the common cause, which is the people. And when you eliminate the people, you weaken your society because the people are the backbone of the society.
Yeah.
And you should make them feel at home in a them place of birth where they are seeing that they can accomplish something out of working to build the country so that they can have an enjoyable life. They don't have to have a wealthy life like you guys. But them can put food on them table. Them can exercise them choice of vote without fear of intimidation or bribe or not have those kinds of things. We society need cleaning up. So how we going to clean up the society? We have to come out and run with the garbage government, yeah. And right now, I tell my people about Jamaica, yeah, start with tough tongue, because I'm an angry health system, but I remember it'll look after if anything happens today or tomorrow. Yeah, we want to go on and march against this guy. Yeah, march for him to be relieved of imposed when him on as Minister of Health. Yeah, because him a do too much, you know. Yeah, him a do too much. And him a mash up on the health sector. And him a make doctors and nurses don't have no incentive to train to become a nurse or a doctor to work in Jamaica. Because I tell all trained doctors and nurses from China and Cuba say, the job not there UHI for them. But yet still the internal UHI down to 6 when at 12. It have run at 50% capacity. Him should have think to uplift that to 100. You understand? Him should have make the working environment become so, you know, much a part of the staff. Them that them enjoy them going to work. Yeah, you lift the mood of the workers in the institution. Yeah. So when I talk about reform is just a word where them use like them are some government who have authority. Them have authority, but them not utilize it. Them are shit, them are criminal. Tough tongue can't do no reform up there, so. Yeah? What we need up there, so, is all the time police go in, and you audit, you handcuff. And you audit, you handcuff, and you carry them out. Yeah, and you go charge them. And you confiscate with them wealthiness, where you call it now, ill-gotten greed, with them have, with them gain illicit enrichment. You take it back from them, put it in the system back, you call upon the authority when time come, investigate this shit, take with them wealth, send them to prison, liquidate them assets with them having a concrete block and steel and sand. Build back Jamaica. Because you can't, you know how much money people work a foreign and send going to Jamaica as remittance. You know how much tourists come there and invest their money in Jamaica. And when them think they might invest towards the upliftment of an island, they might invest towards rising some little politician. We have criminal mentality. Yeah, we just achieve millions and billions day in, day out, year in, year out. And don't cease to stop. Yeah, I will have to put an end to that. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Yes, wonderful punch, melting pot. Now, Jamaica, let us really think about this, right? Let it process through our brains. That Hurricane Melissa came on October 28th. And let me say this, Jamaica. As we speak, the Jamaica Labour Party administration are now trying to deal with bureaucracies, right? And some implementations to so-called assist, right? Persons who are affected. As we speak, no one, right? As we speak, less than 40%, sorry for that. As we speak, less than 40% of those persons who have been affected by Melissa, right, gain benefits. So let us look on this, right? And here is the thing rolling out, where the JLP administration is now talking about coffee farmers to get chainsaw, right? Now, come on. This is the way how you're going to build resilience as it relates to our agriculture, right? We should up and running, I mean, within the a week after, and getting things up together. But now, as we speak, see that January 2022, 2026, and this is what Flight Green is coming out with. Coffee farmers to get chainsaw to clear debris and restore access to farms. On January 22nd, this, People, right? When you look on this, coffee farmers to get future things, Them not get it yet, Just look on the slackness, though, people. I want you to imagine the slackness. I want the world outside to look at this. 3 months, going past 3 months after Hurricane Melissa. And here is the man that's in care. January 22nd, coffee farmers to get chainsaw to clear debris and restore access to farms. We can't make up this, people. We can't make up this. See it, coffee farmers impacted by Hurricane Melissa will receive professional grade chainsaw on a loan basis to help clear debris and restore access to their farms as a part of a targeted rehabilitation initiative for the sector. It's just the whole of the thing just like a joke, big dirty joke. The administration are just waste, man. They are just waste, man. What are they doing? Eh? Today I what? Just imagine.
Today,
Today is the
23rd.
23rd. Today is the 23rd. And you know, just hey, look here. Hey, look here. Yo, this is serious and this is chronic. The initiative is being delivered under the Industrial Development and Technology Transfer among the member states of the Caribbean Community Project, implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization with funding from the government of Japan. You know from when them have them something here? You know from when them get them relief something here? You know from when people? You know from when them get them something here? This is just unbelievable. But Andrew wants a weird pan. But the administration a weird pan to help the people them. What the administration is waiting on Jamaica to help the people them. To bring back resilience. But Andrew wants a weird pan. Finding ways and means to steal. Finding, hey, look here, man. Hey, boy, trust me. Hey, the more we think about this and in terms of, oh, you understand, people go vote for it. Boy, trust me, I don't know. Let us get to the next document, yeah. Because, them something just at my head, it just, Jamaica, what are we doing? What are we doing, Jamaicans? Now, let us get to the next complaint. Look at this. Andrew Holness came out and said to people that he doesn't want to see the people right where things being handed out to them. Because, in terms of securing people integrity. But look at our people. Him came out and said that, right? Couple days back, And own words are killing me now, Uno watch our people. Uno watch this. Uno look on this here. Chaotic crowd forces out over solidarity program registration in Darlistan, Westmoreland. So then Andrew Holness, want to the people of integrity.
A simple way to have done that is do it in alphabetical order.
Eh? What happened to the people of integrity? Look on it. Look on it, people. Today, a registration exercise in Westmoreland for the government solidarity program, which aims to provide a one-time 20,000 grant.
20,000.
20,000 grant. 20,000. What can do not
put down this God, it's no feel too heavy.
God Almighty.
20,000. That's feel like.
You think of 200,000? Hey, me I look for 200,000 grand.
But
minimum.
6.7 billion, $6.8 billion that the IMF had given, and we Jamaican people have to go pay tax, pay it back. Where you take out 150 million US, I think at 200, and you gave it to JPS.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Gave it to JPS. And you look for the people who suffer. Who suffer, dirty, worthless Andrew Holness. You look for the people who suffer, and this is how you argue them.
$20,000. And you bungle up the people. One time.
You tell them, says a one time. See them, today's registration exercise in Westmoreland for the government solidarity program, which aims to provide our one time 20,000 grant, was brought to an abrupt and due to chaotic scenes caused by a large disorderly crowd. Simply means that it is not in process.
But watch it now, Byron and Lillian.
Yes.
Why have a disorderly crowd here, assembly here? It's because they don't know to construct something like this in an orderly fashion,
Exactly.
This, you use the people surname in alphabetical order. A, B. So once the surname is A,
yes,
and you're there today. So you don't have this crowd assembly and you easily process the people easily. And you move it on a conveyor belt. Yeah.
Our
So
melting
even
pot.
one
Our melting pot is a trickery. Them don't really have it. You know, them
a
don't really
trickery man.
give them it. So them
Them
carry
not
off.
give them no.
Them carry off a look swinging.
Yes.
Can artist them, scammer them.
Top level can artist them. Can them can the people them again.
All right, remember read out the next one and then make you beat out in your ass. Now, look on this.
Come in beat out the part them, I make him cross all part time, but then I would have left the part to Big Mama.
What are that? No, but that means that now I have to fence up my argument.
Yes, brother. I can't take a Big Mama all year round employment, you know. That's a Big Mama all year round employment.
What a banger on tonight. All right.
Tell you.
I'm going to do the final clip here. Wheelbarrow. Yeah.
No, sir, melting
What?
pot just wake me up.
No wonder tough melting pot. Look at people. Look at the worthless administration. On your people.
Nothing. Not even water we don't have in pipe. Not even drinking water. The hurricane coming 28th of October. Until now we don't get back an ounce of water in pipe. So we have to go to the river go get water to drink. If we ask the water commission truck for water, they said no, they cannot give. We have to have a account with water commission for we to get the water. You understand? There is no help here for us. You understand? So we have to go now. If we can help, we try to help here. But they stay here for 3 days before when we try to cut out the road before the funeral parlor could come for them. In Darlistan, they buried back the people them same place because there was nobody to see them, no help, nothing. So they thought decade after bury them. So the government of Jamaica give us no help. They're not business with none of it.
That's why we're here, our organization, to collaborate with this organization, this blessed organization, because we're going to try to, the word is not out anymore. So we got to get it out to the world again.
What the Prime Minister doing with the money then where he get? Because if we are not getting it, we are not getting help. Where is the money? I don't believe in government because they only trick you. It don't even come through the community. It don't even come through the area.
Millions of dollars have been donated to Jamaica, that's for sure.
I know that.
And the people aren't getting it.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. Nothing. Not even water we don't have in pipe. Not even.
There's a crisis beyond the healthcare crisis, a crisis beyond the educational crisis. We have a corruption crisis. Andrew Honest, Jamaica, let me tell you something. We need to get up and march against the government. All Jamaicans need to understand. Look, you think the clips that I am playing is an imagination of the mind? The things that we are presenting is realities, facts. We all know when the hurricane came to Jamaica, October 28th. Today is what date?
23rd of January.
The 23rd of January.
2026.
And people are not getting help. Right now, more than 60% of the people who are affected are not getting no help in spite of the government collecting billions of dollars and other mediums of assistance. Billions of dollars. Plus ton loads of assistance. I want to sit down there. The Jamaican them sit down and take them advantage of. Boy, I don't know what to say now. Me don't know what to say.
Tolerance, strong.
Boy, I tell you now.
They have good tolerance.
You know what? Melting pot. hammer them down here. Because I don't know what to say to them again.
And I mean, this government needs to be hammered way below the surface of the earth. That government where you're not supposed to exit the light of day again in the country. That evil administration led by an evil individual called Andrew Holness. Yeah? Because when we are looking at him right there, so, you know, I would tell the people them what Andrew do. Andrew get the money and sit down and I wait for the individual them to orchestrate their own rehabilitation. Because right there, so when we are looking at it seems like a health that you get. It's not from the government.
Bear in mind, these are the last clip, so you're closing, right? So bear in mind. All right,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So when we are look pan, yeah, it look like it's a charitable group coming in and I do a restoration program for the youth. And youth are cry out, say, not even water, river water. No, you can't have your citizens to them a turn to river if it consume water in a them system, you know. Cause all type of thing run down in a river. All type of garbage and pollution river have access to contain all of that. So in our civil society that Jamaica should be at this time at the turn of the century, my people are supposed to, at this point in time, after Melissa, you know, this are the post-Hurricane Melissa period. And we are talking about from the 20th of October. So you know you done November, December, and you there January. You know you got 90 days already. 90 days already. But this are the same guy will come out. Yeah, and a flabbergast him out and I talk about, you know, the biggest ever loan package that Jamaica has ever received. Yes. Because we did have conscious people when you deal with so much high level borrowing like your administration. Because your administration like event like Melissa, where trigger category 5 where you get billions of US dollar in your hand. Because you hold this, you know, and the entire top half of your administration know the plan where you have for the 6.7. Jamaica people have to realize that it was like Christmas come to you. Yeah? Christmas will come to you on the 28th of October 2025. You get everything that Santa have at the expense of the Jamaican people who lost them belongings and them home. Who lost them loved one. Who couldn't even say goodbye to their loved one. Based on the time it takes to retrieve the body. Yeah, because after the hurricane ravaged the island and leave the island, you know. The government did not put in place a search and rescue mission, you know. The government sit down and wait for days. Days and all with up on the platform and I beat it to them. Government still hold on upon them agenda. Because them not deal with search and rescue, you know. Them now are comments a search and recovery. Recover the body. And even in that procedure, they were lethargic. So most of the body could never be kept. You have to do mass grave burial. You understand? And this is at the expense of a uncaring, unprofessional, unfit to serve administration led by a criminal, one Andrew Holness. You understand? Yeah. And so we know that the Jamaican people were in for a rough ride against his administration. With all the help that the outside world offered to Jamaica, the Jamaican people are still being denied of most of the aid we're coming in to them. donation from charitable group, donation from individual, donation from other countries. And so when you factor all of this and look at it, your heart go out to that pilot and his daughter who lost them life tragically trying to render assistance to Jamaica. I know we are seeing that that mission was not worth the life of the pilot, yeah, and his daughter. And that pilot is a man of God, the man that believes in Christianity, the man that believes in humanity and doing good for people. You understand? So you look at the whole fiasco of affair in Jamaica. You have to ask yourself the question, and you have to wonder now, if this were happen, where everybody are experience, yeah, I want to ask my people, is this not the time for a wake-up call? Want to see a happen? It's a wake-up call time, this, you know. Because if you notice, my Jamaican people, there is so much happening within this regime that is caused by the regime that is now being exposed and out there. Yeah, and unbelievable as it relates to corruption statistic. Unbelievable. Because remember right now, you know, we have extradition requests on the DPP desk as I speak. That has not been addressed by the Prime Minister. We have Floyd Green in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, and by extension, rather, where $870 million is being investigated as we speak. No accountability for that. Yeah. We also have the Ministry of Health, one institution, yeah, recently been audited and unbelievable findings been presented. 51 contract with no procurement guideline, totaling 521 million Jamaican dollars up a UE. When you look at the variance, you see nearly 3,000 items being imported into the country using the government available tax waiver, but not being on the hospital list or invoice. Yeah, hospital never request it, but people are using the hospital as a means of capitalizing and going around the tax for the country. Then sell on the thing them and then go back and buy it. But we know this is corruption. So when you look on the whole administration right now, and this is a long-standing issue we have with the Andrew Holness regime, we don't see the money where them are put out there. We don't see the value feed. Going into the general election, yeah, them use a $45 billion, yeah, Sparks program to rob money again. Them say a road that go spend pan. And you know for them road, what it go look like when them done. Soft mall, some people when have no farmer civil engineering qualification, them not train out for build road, but them out there. So You know, them steal a $45 billion debt. You understand? We know that for a fact, them steal that. They see them steal 1.4 billion Pumvas. You understand? They see them draw down a 31 million on a drill. And, you know, the list goes on and on. And these are money that should be shaping the future of the country. It should be boosting the education system within the country. It should be boosting the healthcare system. I know we could have built 5 Cornwall Regional Hospital from 2016, brand new. 5. Yeah. That same money with tough tongue utilized down a Cornwall Beryllium, that $24.5 billion. Could have built with 5 brand new hospitals with these. And them finish. Long time. And people go to work and money are turned back into the economy and the economy has thrived. The man them make the economy squeal. Yeah. It's a brand where you know the CIA them use against country when them want damage a country. They make the economy squeal. They you know see under the Jamaica Labour Party government, the economy squeal. The economy never squeal, it ball. It ball till all the tears drop out of the country and the country drop flat on it back. Flat on it back. Recession, depression. See them run out. One local lie assumption that the economy grow by 5.1%. When China, who have a big economy, will grow by 5%. China, I know people. Guys like, you know, the Almighty like to work in a very mysterious way. You see, as Jamaica said them grow by 5.1% today. A man in Pamine News, this world affairs. China economy grow by 5%, not 5.1. And China, a tech giant. China, I do a lot of infrastructure work all over the world. China produce a whole heap of items on a vast scale. Them have Nike contract, them have all type of contract, but for them economy grow by only a flat 5%. While a country that do have nothing grow by 5.1. Unbelievable. This is how me prove them and catch them and tell lie, you know. Yeah, man. So when we look on a government, we have a liar government who come out and lie to the people. Like it's a brother and Nancy Tukuman relationship. You understand? Yeah, and to them have the upper hand over the people, them utilize them in the way how you see them I use them. Like the KFC crowd gathering. Now you see that 20 grand gathering, yeah. But not now go on. Kind of like an orderly queue farm and the people about us and get the check like that. Cause it's simple. If you go down the really and truly if you give the people them at 20,000. Whether I give them in a cash or check, me don't know. That easy to distribute. Cause number one, yeah. So you want to call them out like how you call them out. Cause you like to angle Jamaican people like them a dog. And that me notice to the administration and the regime, yeah. It not have nothing orderly about them where discipline is concerned, you know. Yeah. Because, all right, if you ever bring them out, you set up some of them police barrier. And you make it be a long distance away from the actual point where you hand over either the cash or you have to make out the check. And you have 3 desks up there, but you have 1 channel. So when you reach at the top, any desk available, that person they move. So the line keep moving. You understand? Yeah, up there so you spread it 3 or 4 desks where you disperse the cash or the check. Easily that could have run off. Easily. Easily. Because if you give the people the cash, you already count the 20,000. Last stick it up and staple it over, you know, the bank them have the little thing you draw by it, the paper thing them, yeah. You know, yeah. So you know it's transparent. Yeah. Easily. But them like to draw the people and stimulate that interest because the political mileage the government seek at all time, you know. Yeah. Because you know, I hear say PMP did give, you know, I hear say GLP did give 20,000. GLP not give nothing. You give yourself. This is how the man them suck on and trick on you. You have to pay back that money. Them did broke with you. Them now have dry shit. Broke after the election. The last money them take out of the people's purse and the 1.4 billion. We bring 50 whole bus come out the country. Whole bus we go step on. We see pumbas off here use white rum to run off the duppy then. Here I bus them a park for how long. So we have to ask the question again. How much more of that shame and disgrace yeah, Jamaican citizens are going to take from the regime, yeah? Because what the world, them see that clip in there, you know? And that don't look good. Knowing to the fact that money come out of the country much month now, over 2 months now for you get. Yeah? Over 2 months now, the man now start build back the house yet, you know? Them now start reshape the community where they devastated enough to build back the community, you know, so you start, yeah, we are work on some house, yeah, so. Yeah? We are make sure now we clean up the road. Yeah, coffee farmer now just and get chainsaw. But who is Flight Green if you represent coffee farmer? Flight Green is not a disciplinarian. In a pandemic, Flight Green and him entourage are celebrate no movement day. And you remember what I'm famous line, show a labor right. Now, I don't know where my show a labor right with. You understand? But I know the meaning of show a labor right. Yeah, and you see them they having a weird of a time and it wasn't charged. But with other people without a mask, them pay all 700,000. Yeah, them get locked up. Them all get all lose all them life. Youth lose them life or come from work. Come from work, you know. Do him look a security work and come in and eat a bun and sausage. Soldier send metal to him neck. At the end of him that. So the administration where we are look on in a Jamaica, it not fit and proper to be in charge of running the country affair. Because remember, you know, the guy in charge, the top guy in charge of Jamaica is Andrew Holness. Him is a renowned criminal. Renowned criminal. Can't certified from 1998. I remember him coming to politics as a young boy, 97. But as early as from 1998, him cannot be certified because he never declared the full status of what him have. So you know, we gone by the morning, can't come good at evening. So him no good from morning, him no good all now. Him cannot be certified. But him exhibit himself as the splendid leader. This one and only must be celebrated guy when him is a piece of shit. We never see with security personnel them as Sir the Prime Minister, because we never see with Prime Minister all about the place with security men. Him alone I do it. So you know him I walk about the place like a dictator, like him a Idi Amin. I'm the guy down at China, Xi Jinping. Or Kim Jong over Korea. And then we never see this guy move like Benjamin Netanyahu, him friend from down at Israel. I saw we see him moving up. But we did highlight my people them to the changes what we see within the leadership of the country. When you see a leader start to go to some war zone place in the world, him no good. I remember him got Israel and he wasn't invited and him tell lie. But Benjamin, you know, disclose everything. What a surprise. Or if I invite you, your visit can't be no surprise, you know. Cannot be no surprise. Him just take up himself and go down there. Come on, go learn the blueprint of how you govern as a dictator without, you know, exposing the reality of your government. But man like melting pot know where that go on. Tell the people, I mean, say, Andrew look like him army personnel now. Everywhere you see him go, you see him have on a Jamaica flag. You don't know where underneath it still, you know. Now, go say where underneath it. But, you know, like that Jamaica flag there on him chest. But anyhow, nothing wrong with that. Where we have problem with this guy here is the lack of accountability. Where the leadership of the country is concerned. Where him don't seem to be in charge of, you know, running the country the way it's supposed to be run. Where members from the cabinet is under increasing pressure for fraud. And you don't hear him open his mouth. Where several tons of cocaine coming to the island, him silent. Where several guns and ammunition shipment come to the island, and him silent. Where the youths them, who are the future of the island, them are lose them life at the hands of the security, which is a part of the state. Him silent. No, you know, hear from him. When you hear from him, a garbage. Legislation are passed against tie gun. Much here, grandparents and parents can get the tie gun. And we ask to ourselves to them, but this guy here, I go with them type of legislation upon the people. You know, you have to look on him as a dictator mode of operandus that how dictator operate. But you look on the guy who lie. Unbelievable. Can't remember, I know Jamaican people. Going into the September 3rd, 2025 election, Andrew promised to restore back some beaches. I don't think one beach has restored back to the public. I'll know. And I hear the Jamaican people asking about that, you know. Like them, the members say Andrew did promise to restore back some, return back some beach to the people. Now, any country you live in and your government, your leader to the country take the beach around him. Can't like, you know. Because the beach, you know, and I like him ban beach in the country altogether, you know, take it away from the local and give to the foreigners. What can go so? So me I say to my people, and how long will I take that guy as leader for the country? How long will I keep control? Well, you know, I mean, like places like Japan, but I don't think would have got there still, because I don't eat them type of menu that with them serve up. But I like all the people them come out against them government when them government fall foul of the law. The students them demonstrate to the point where them and police have confrontation. Where you know them fling all type of debris and police use water cannon, gun and baton. And lock up who lock up, but them get justice at the end of the day. When them demonstrate for, them actually achieve it. Yeah, changes. Several times them do it. I remember, you know, how for them country run, it run under a more dictatorship style. But we can't do that down at Jamaica. Everybody know fear the fear guy where we have down there. and him army. I remember him have one civilian army and one regular army. Cause the Jcf them turn the army for Andrew Wallace. Yeah? Because when they merge the two entities, so them bounce off of each other, so them have the, type of collaboration, learning from each other. So the Jcf has become Andrew Wallace's army. That's why you see him not stripe them up no more, him denim them up. There's no stripe. Like where policeman uniform look like. Him denim them up. In denim where soldier wear. And them have them Jamaica flag. Well, we didn't know so them supposed to be Jamaican. You understand? So the fact of the matter that you waste money, I put Jamaica flag on them. Because our Jamaican police on them uniform never have a Jamaican flag on them uniform. But you waste money. Because you want them look like Jamaica where you run, where you control. You have on the flag, them have on the flag. Me don't know what you think you do. Me pick up on your style of leadership. So me I make the people them know so well then that dictator don't have no more prime minister. We don't have an unofficial dictator. And it's time we don't get rid of him. It's time we don't say enough is enough. This guy not bigger than nobody else for run the country. And nobody has run the country under the type of governance where we see him as show we. Yeah? Where him now do nothing. Infrastructure wise, him run it down to the ground where it flood out the place. Poor maintenance of the infrastructure cause widespread flooding where you see water rights higher than rooftop. I mean, I talk about a one-story building, we are talking about two-story building, we're covered by water. Because of Andrew Wallace's lack of care for even the infrastructure. But yet still a regime borrow the most money. No other government has ever borrowed the most money. Remember saying cabinet budget is the biggest cabinet budget ever assembled in a Jamaica history. Costing taxpayers so much more money. The man have all type of minister around him. Him upgrade them from member of parliament, One of minister, junior minister like Tiffin Muma Cow. Muma Nasi Cow. Where Rob Richard Clark, them two property. Yeah. When them father put in her hand as the family lawyer, it never returned back to the family them. None of the Clark siblings them not get a 1 cent from 1980. 45 years and counting. And this piece of big old nasty shit. Old criminal Mama Cow, who was recently found guilty and charged $900,000. Nasty thinking Andrew Wallace bring her back as junior minister in the ministry of what? Justice. What can go so unbelievable? Remember me as judge just charge you and find you guilty with you, And you come back now, come be the junior minister for me. You know, say Andrew Wallace a disrespect all the judicial system in our country. You want disrespect all the judges them. You can't take a criminal and put in a high profile position in the country. I remember, you have ghetto youth, who for them look at criminality and nothing concerning what Mama Cow go on with, But them can't even get a job because them have a police record. Not like what Mama Cow do. But they cannot get a job. I remember them now have not live off already, A two property Mama Cow thief from the Clark family. Down a Barnett Street in a St. James. Two property. Mama Cow, fraud, Herman Clark, signature after she dead. And claims that she sell the property them. She not sell none. She transfer it to her brother-in-law. And the Clark them not get the justice. Scan to them throw out the case. Me don't know if a case like that can show when you have all case to answer to in a United States by forging Herman Clark dead signature. That alone sink you. Something going on in Jamaica, you know. My brother, me just hear him passion and how him feel, you know, regarding what him see happen in the country, you know. Because we know no good governance. We know justice not served. Justice is only being denied to the poor people. You understand? You come from down at the bowl of the poor, you don't get no justice in your country. That's why Richard Clark, them not get back them property, you know. Them come from the bowl of the poor. Remember, say, hold on the people, I just pushing this. Remember, say, you know, Richard Clark father was just a trying man, you know. With them furniture, about like a furniture place, and then where them live, you know. Yeah? So I two property. I remember, say, Mama Cow, take for both of them. Them not get penny. Them not get a red cent or a white cent. No, them not get. Unbelievable. And the whole of that, well, Mama Cow sit down on it. Mama thinking cow sit down on it. Me no know Trelawney people them accommodate this criminal there. Up where them from. Just look for her, no man. When sister evil sprint out all over her face. Who not allow she to do one of her fellow brothers and sisters. Yeah? We black and look like Uno. Not like Mama Cow. If you race and breed them, the Dalrymple, we don't know them. Them are mixed breed. So she have some farmer hybrided within her. Yeah? I want to allow her to rob on the one. Jamaica people don't have to wake up. Yeah? We don't too color prejudice. We don't believe in that too much corruption governance. The one them are going to the saltfish in the bag. We're telling us say it better than education. So now have no true understanding of what it means and how it feels when nasty criminal like Mama Cow take a something of great value where that is a benefit to she. It's not good for you, Richard Clark, and your sibling them. Because she don't sell it by actual transaction with cash change during the right procedure. She sell it to her own family member in terms of just put it her name on it. Not by exchanging no cash. I remember Andrew Wallace and Dr. Crab know about this before them win the election 2016. Richard Clark wrote to them and them respond back to him. Yeah. And the very next day, the early morning after them win the election, and them try to, you know, put something, a little small package and them refuse. And them just say, well, all right, nothing for you. And them use Mama Cow as speaker of the house and all type of shit. Yeah. And now, after she get convicted with it, to show you how Andrew Holness dry eye with him high level of corruption, him rub it in the face them of the judicial system by making Mama Nasty thinking cow becomes the junior minister in the Ministry of Justice. And we are said to ourselves, the country can't run, so man. The country can't run, so you know. You can't have a country where the Prime Minister play tit for tat with society. Because I know, sir, the blood and fire come with them. You know, they feel a bit of justification, even though she still not pay the amount of money. Because I look at 900,000 there. And several millions, over 30 and nearly 40 million do man defraud the country. And you charge her less than $1 million, says a slap on the wrist. But all right, we think so well, then the charge will go against her. Would that end her political career? No. And you use a dancehall phrase. Special request, I popular demand. So the people them say that. We nasty thinking Mama Cow. So them bring her back. and she run again. Criminal run back, you know. Nasty criminal run back as part of the election process. Yeah, that is disrespect to the electorate. You are saying it's a normal thing now for anybody who want to participate in the government. You can come in with a criminal record. Because Mama call a criminal record. She have one on to expunge. Yeah, but she thief Richard Clark them two property. Remember I want to show that case there, you know? So I call it so to expunge her from that. But she come back and she do the same thing. Put the car in her sister name. Ask her to her. So we are work with what she said. But she put Richard Clark house in her brother-in-law name. One at time when you go to her office, you can't find no documents. But I share the liar. You go find the document over another liar place. I saw that now see this you operate. But you look, you see Andrew over up. Andrew over up, you know. Yeah, man, because Andrew love the criminality. Personnel them around him. One them who bare face like him. So we have said to people them say, look, here what me now. A time to call to action, you know. Time to call to action. You know, can't sit down and take them shit from the administration. Yeah, look how wealthy Tough Tongue become. Tough Tongue have a nastiness, you know. After Tough Tongue rob the money them long time have a rice importation license. Tough Tongue come on the program and say, him can't send him pick them go to school after the salary. But yet still people with up on 9 to 5 minimum wages. I send all 2 picnic go to school. So one know what type of educational fee them a pay, much of them lunch money, why your ministerial salary couldn't send your pick them go to school. Yeah, but at the time you have business. You have business, you import rice. You import rice. Remember when you turn over the business to your son, and when we knocked up on the program, you know, I make you know a conflict of interest, and you go like you never know. I go ship it over in your son name. Yeah. But a long time you rob people them Tough Tongue. Long time. And you come out and you try to deceive even the listener them for the program. Because when you say your salary can't send your pick them go to school, you know. It come like you talk to some stooge. Because we know your salary can more than send the pick them you have. You can't have all 200 picnic and send them out of your salary. But that was just an indication say you the money, greedy, gluttonous, dog shit. You're not satisfied. You're not satisfied, you know. Because your prime minister raise your salary there. And you're still a thief. So you can't satisfy. So me say you must get the full length of the arm. And the force of the arm. Yeah. Where the justice side of thing is concerned, the full extension of it. Bangle you. Prison you. Go through your asset them. Take back what rightfully belongs to the taxpayers of the country. Sell them. Liquidate back the concrete. Put back the money in the public coffers. Start grow Jamaica again. You know how much money on the slump for Jamaica? You think the island should have broke and pauperized? Where the people them have face high inflation every day? Where them can't provide for themselves in a meaningful way? Where them can't buy toothpaste to clean them out? Where one slice of bread now becomes the item you order when you go to buy something to put on something for your early morning breakfast list. Just go and buy either half a bread or a quarter or a full bread, not a slice of bread. So when the country supposed to move towards first world status as well Andrew promised, you know, with the whole full package of prosperity, we don't like the deteriorate. Deteriorate. I mean, I'll tell you how far we don't like the deteriorate. We don't like the deteriorate behind the time of 1833. Only not come out of slavery. Andrew have not slavery. Because this is how Andrew can manipulate, you know. Because Andrew have not in slave. But when them call you out to the field, you come out. When you come out when them call you out. Call you out with where you call it now, you buy one, get 2 piece chicken. I don't even know the chicken them with the cocaine they pack up under the container where they pile one over El Chop. You think the man them did do that with real proper chicken? And the container of chicken where come from Brazil. We're going to go find some over El Chop. I think the man them use. Got the cocaine coming to show it was a part of the political campaign strategy where the Jamaica Labour Party are used. They bring in cocaine for self run on the election. Them use the chicken and make it look like a chicken container with cocaine in the pan it. And them take off the chicken, them some of them and fry them and do 2 for 1 deal go no. I don't even know that. I don't know if people in Trinidad that make video and I laugh after I show the same dog. More use for KFC dog would never run out. The piece of KFC. Throw it down that them dog look on it. Same dog tired of KFC. While Uno dying for piece of KFC. I remember, you know, Jamaica the largest English-speaking Caribbean country in the region. The size mass of Jamaica bigger than most Caribbean country. We have more, technically we have more resources than most Caribbean country. But them are live better than our people. And the only time for them lives surpass Jamaican people is since Andrew Holness and the Labour government take over Jamaica. Can the people them tell lie for Mama P about traffic guru? Fun election, not like that. Tell lie for Richard Azan. Yeah. Him not stop tell lie and trick you know. Yeah. And everything that Mama P work and put on for you know. Yeah. Going to maximize and develop on a life from. What you do? You know, sell out Mama P. You know, sell out Mama P, you know. Sell out Mama P for greed. Greed of promises. And you never go to nothing. 1995, Jamaica debt free. Debt free. And that's one of the best things. Because if me there right you know, I'm a vote time they can't hurry. And me get $10. It's like me I wonder what to do. But if me never vote time they can't hurry and me have $10, me know what to do. At that position there, PJ Patterson do for Jamaica. PR for debt. With debt free. And no time after that, Bruce and Andrew Wallace run up back the debt. Right now, me can tell the Jamaican people are nearly $6 trillion war. Because we do 2.3 before the 6.7 billion US. So you put that and factor that. It's nearly $6 trillion Jamaican dollar war. Yeah? How now go manage to pay off that? So this government cannot do not more for the country. This government has run like an underground submarine. Yeah? And it's a wreckage. It's a wreckage under the seabed. Government can't do not more for the country. The government has taken the country as far as it can, below 80. Don't make him sink it no further. Because remember, $80 is 130 to the US. Nearly 170. So even 80, who have a long-standing dispute, you know, amongst its civilian, yeah, with certain fraction within the security personnel we are run 80. Even them have a stronger economy. And look how long. Remember, I think 2 of them president gets assassination, you know. So, you know, the country that has gone through several decades of turmoil. But them have a stronger economy, them dollar value more than Jamaica. This will not be used as an example to measure what is happening. Yeah? And when we see these things, remember, we have to come out and highlight it. Because it don't make sense. We just come talk and talk. Some little thing when don't make sense. We have to hit the nail on the head. We have to highlight how crippling the country has become. Country has become a paraplegic athlete, so to speak. The country is not a fully recognized athlete. Where you get the job, you see them athletes. The most people watch the regular Olympic, over the Paralympic. So the country moved from regular Olympic status to Paralympic. It now get no looking, no recognition again. It now participate amongst the elite country in the world again. Them look on Jamaica as a piece of rotten barrel, banana republic state. I saw the wider world look on Jamaica. A country that is begging everywhere its leader go. It carry a saucer and begging collection. So what has happened to our infrastructure? Our great backside. You have the American them just a mine it out. Billy Clan nothing. A backside Michael Manley used and shape Jamaica. When they move the levy from 25 million to 200 million, an increase at 8-fold. When they create the IBA, the International Backside Association, them shape it just like the Isle Association where them call OPEC. And so Jamaica was finally in control of one of our rich mineral bauxite. And remember, Michael Manley did not just get that inflow of revenue and do nothing with it. Improve the school, start to build school, hospital, everything the man do with it. I saw Jamaica start to tell itself, say, well, yeah, we're ready to take on full-fledged independent status. Parties to come back, come do it. When parties now build the road them, after time PF, IMF, and the school them, they build it off him own net reserve where him have in him country, where him amass. Him not go borrow for build not even highway 2000 and them highway there. All of them school, him not borrow. I remember him build 64 school. Throughout in 3 term. 64. Up to ferry. We Coney Island today. Ascot I out there so. Or Idle are one of them. So we don't understand. You have a leader go around the world and borrow money in vast amount. And then go come back, come boast, but you don't see nothing for it. Jamaica people don't wake up. Wake up. Because the time is now. Yeah? Everything is right in front of our eyes. We have to realize that this administration does not have the people interest at heart. And so we have to come out, demonstrate against them, put the pressure upon them, yeah, force them to leave the space. I'm telling you the trick. The trick within that, just do some farmer boycotting at the PSOJ them goods. 2 weeks, I want to see what happen. Just 2 weeks. Banana the belly and eat anything around them. Eat rose apple if any dip on the river bank. Go look 2 banana if you can't find none by now. We don't know. But I'm telling the people, you must can roast up something. Back in the days when the slave are fight to liberate with, them never have nothing, Because them running from the ration where the slave master give them. Them run leave that, so them never have nothing. So them survive on the natural things in the wild. I think somehow we need to go back to that period of time. Then we will understand what is the reality amongst the have and when you have not. And I yield back the floor to you, my brother. Sir Byron.
All right. Yes, we. All right. Pat.
Yeah, man, me wrap it up on them this because I mean, you know, we don't think we have it more time to beat them. So 9 minutes over the prescribed time.
All
They want
right.
to continue to beat them.
All right. No, let me take the hold on. Let me take the caller. Let me take the caller. The caller is online. Yes, caller. Go ahead.
Mr. Mystic. Yes, as I said, good night to you all.
Yes.
Good night.
When you really look into this situation with Jamaica and what is going on, it's serious, you know. It is serious, you know. Here again, Jamaica have to go back to IMF. Who is going to pay it back? And none of the thief them, you know. And none of them, you know. And the same people them in Jamaica are going to pay back this, you know. What is going on? And you always say, and the Prime Minister run the country, you know. All the leaders are accountable. All the leaders are accountable. And you always have so much ministries under his domain. And all of this corruption happen. And you want to tell me, say, Andrew Holness no know? Andrew Holness is a wicked man. And this is the reason why he tell the rest of them in his cabinet not to sign the code of conduct. No, me sit down and me think about it, Mr. Mystic and others. This is the reason because he knows the level of corruption. And if there's anything I can say I'm honest with, impartially honest with this, to tell them not to sign the code of conduct and him can declare him statutory deduction because him no say the party is built on the supremes of dishonesty.
Yeah.
See there? White, clear. Only that part me can say I'm a little bit honest with because them know them are thief, them know all what go on. So, because sign code of conduct and all of that, and when all of this come out.
You're right, caller.
Look what, and
I said you're very right. You're hitting the nail on the head.
yes, look what Andrew has brought Jamaica to. Look on the indecency, the dirtiness, the corruption. It bad. Me no know no word to describe this situation. No. When you realize and you sit down and you think it through, the man when you talk, the man are gonna say, all lie them I tell, and when them come with a lie, I am there to hit back. So Andrew Holness, me ask you this year, listen to the program them. All of this a lie, sir. You know what it happened, you know? You know it, you know? Andrew Holness, all of this a lie. Come on now, Andrew. Come on now with me. Come on. Hit back now. Why you so silent? Why you so silent? You come out now and talk about you got build this, you got this, you got that. Because you use Melissa now to make money. And at Jamaica get that the money there, you know. We don't tell you think of Jamaica is a benefit. Oh. Because most of the money I go back overseas. And foreigners come take it over. And then you make it for. Not the Jamaica people. Them not inherit nothing. I want to you, sir. I cover you and cover up now. When all of the sitting and the dirtiness and the corruption, left, right, and center, up and above and below. You not say nothing. You shut up. You want the country to come out and address the nation. You must come out, come address the people. Why you so quiet? And that the people them want to hear much you tell them what you going to do. We want to hear about the crime and the corruption. We're going in the country from you. You have mouth to come out, come talk big and strong. Oh, it's go on, sir. With them drugs must, all kind of dirty bangarang, and he's a prime minister from the country. That's why we're going to hold here behind accountable. Because you know everything that was happening. But the thing is, you never know say it's going to come out, so. And more to come.
Yes.
But now, you forgot jail, sir. You forgot a jail. And they must strip you everything where you get illegal. What wrong with you, sir? Make you crazy, sir? Oh, you sleep? Oh, come on, book a door like all is well, and you're the great man and all of that. No, it's just a matter of time. I tell you again, Andrew, it's just a matter of time. They're watching you. They're watching you. Them big drug buster wanna hide. What drugs are doing, sir? Up on the Jcf. What jobs are not best up? I only see him when I do it. Only same one. And a liquor man who would prison him, put him behind bar, and I walk up and down. One by one, and go into jail. And I must go, and I have to go, because Jamaica have to clean out of this other thing. We cannot live like this. The people who vote for you are cry out too. That they're hungry. You're not doing nothing. Where you want to the money from? You promise. When I take up your program, Mr. Stickly soon, come out. You promise. You're going to do this or you're going to do that. Okay? And then you want next term. No, you're going to come and say, because of Melissa, you can't give the promises. A liar, and wicked, they didn't know, so you couldn't be doing. Because that time you never have a dime, because you keep out every Jesus thing. The money never did it. But you get money now, trillions of dollars. So that now nothing for run Jamaica. That's for the people, them. The Melissa victims. That's for them. So nobody will take you do nothing else. Because you got to jail, you know. I say you got to jail. By the time your time is done, if you don't go to jail by next year or the rest of the year, by the time you come out, the bomb will go for your hand. Remember me tell you, them I watch you. These are wicked son of a don't know what to say with all your policies and nice talk. And Jolie, the pledge. Remember what the pledge said. How much time you put your hand on that Bible and repeat that pledge. So you never mean it. You did not mean it.
No, you didn't.
So solemn. Every time I hear it and I remember Jamaica, tears come to my eyes. How solemn that pledge is. You put your hand on the Bible and you swear, you son of a God, not you.
Yes.
One. Long run,
short catch.
Thank you, Mr. Misty.
Blessings.
Thank you. Want to keep on burning the fire with no retreat.
No surrender.
Going all the way.
All right.
No retreat and join your followers. We are going all the way. Jamaica must be better. And it's actual, you must go. All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Can you take this call? What is that? Just, Jamaica.
Hello.
Okay, maybe you will call back. Now, Jamaica, I am going to reveal something to you as it relates to the principle of the code of conduct, the one that was inscribed in a very serious way. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Byron. How you doing?
Blessings night. Blessings night.
I'm listening to you all night. I was listening to Andre this evening, you know.
Yes.
While listening to Andre and Andre exposing them, because they send him some kind of foolish lawsuit and whatever.
Yeah.
And Flight Green text him and tell him that they can talk. But it's too late now. It's too late now for him to talk because Andre exposing them.
Oh yeah.
But you know, come to think of it, you know how I see Jamaica right now. As a Jamaican and I am pro Jamaican, I'm not going to give up my country no matter what.
Exactly.
Jamaica is like a man who say him love a woman, but him beat her every day and she keep coming back. And she think him love her. That's anti-one to the Jamaican people.
Well, that's a very good analogy because that's exactly what is happening.
That's the point I reach right now. It's like you have a man and him beat you morning, him beat you noon, him beat you night. But him came out and at the end of the day after I'm done beat you, still go cook food, eat, wash him clothes, and make sure the Wembley clean. That is what Angie is doing to the people.
Well, my wife said it is Jamaica buttered wife syndrome.
This is abuse.
Of course.
This is abuse. This is abuse to the Jamaican people. And not only to them who live down there, but it's abuse to us too. Because when we suffer them, we have to send money down there to give them. And then I watched in my pastor last night, they even freezing people account in the bank. They have to come to him to sign paper in order for them to get their money. Their hard work in cash. So
it's crazy.
What are we going to do? Donald Trump working very slow right now. I am an American citizen, but right now, him working very slow. We don't know what him waiting on. I want the gentleman to work and start to clean up. Him need to start clean house.
Of course. Agreed.
The Jamaican people is suffering. Now they say they have a virus going on down there. He's not telling them about the virus that is going on down there. And everybody is getting sick and they think it's flu and it's not flu. But they're waiting until the place gets infected for them to come in line for the joke. Come on now. What happened? What? I don't know. This is like the Jamaican people is in an abusive relationship and they cannot leave the man. And if you're there with a man and him beat you, you have to decide one of the days that you kill him or him kill you or you get up and leave. And the one does not care about the Jamaican people. Nobody in their DLP apartment or department or government. Number one, we have a government that is not certified. He's not even a legitimate prime minister. And they are living with that. And on top of that, he's taking advantage of the people. They robbed $75 million from the children and that is sick in Jamaica. They sell the equipment to UWI. And then you have to buy it back from UWI. And then they take it and put it in their facility. And when you go to the hospital, they are telling you they can't do it here, but you have to go here and you have to go there. And at the end of the day, the money is going into the politician pocket. When are we going to wake up as Jamaica? Is it Obia? Is it whatever they call it, Illuminati? Is it because now we want to catch Seaga and Obia, Ghana, India, Ghana, renewing the Obia? Jamaican people is up here. Something is wrong.
Necromancy.
I don't know the difference, but something is wrong.
Oh, yes.
It's not the Jamaica that I know. Jamaican people is powerful people. We always get up and fight for what is right. No, they're not moving. And you still have people coming out say, "Oh, is the best government? The best what? The best team? The best who?
Thief.
How can I get up out of my house and get up and go to the vote with Andrew Audit? You know what happened? You see, the God that I serve is a very good God. And he gave them the chance to choose. September 3rd was the day that they were supposed to decide. And I think, to my knowledge, or I watch everything what's going on, they did decide. But Andrew Wood stole it from them.
Oh,
We
yes.
live overseas. If Donald Trump don't win the election, we are going to protest. Nobody getting up in Jamaica. Nobody. Everybody just lay back. Everybody just watching and and the one is getting from bad to worse. Because he's gonna have 10 years with him. How can you have 10 years and see no progress and go back to vote for the same guy? And him keep the election and you're still putting up with him with all these things? How? Why? But as I am saying, that Trump is moving very slow. And I think I'm going to write my representative because something is wrong here. Something is not right. And I hear my pastor say last night that somebody is going to go to jail and they are going to get extradited. But I think I run out of patience right now because you call like a day with a man and I beat you every day and I beat you there every day. Either you take up a pot and beat him, bust his head or something. Something needs to be done. What happened to Jamaican people? We don't have any power anymore. You're
Something
robbing from
definitely
the
need to be done.
children. You're robbing from the elderly. You're robbing from the woman. You're robbing from everybody. See a lady come down there right now. Her daughter came down there to pick her up at the airport in Patrick City. And they killed the daughter. The mother is battling for life. The lady is an American citizen. You think Trump don't hear what's going on right now? Then how you expect the Trump now go ban me and eat me? That's not a perfect example to set. And see Trump don't want us here. And immediately they kill one more and citizen. Embassy, I keep on telling them every day. And I will keep on saying it. American embassy is not just there to deliver visa. Jamaica is under 100% surveillance from America. America knows everything that goes on. Trump have an office that monitor all the social media work that's going on. So before you even think him not get it, if him don't get it tonight, he might get the 3 o'clock morning when he get up and him take him. Because Trump just get up and he take him one man and him just do him up, you know. Whether we want it or not, he's our president, you know. We have to live with him, you know. We don't have a choice, you know. But Jamaica, at least we are here and we can find food. We can take sick and we call the 911 and ambulance come, fire truck come, police come. We call the ambulance and we go to the hospital and we get proper care. Now, Jamaica have more funeral home more than supermarket, you know.
Oh, yes.
Jamaica have more funeral home more than supermarket. We are invested in the dead because we know that they are going to die. You go to the hospital, people dying and cheer. I have a sister-in-law who go to Mandeville Hospital and her blood sugar is high. And when she went there, you know they're giving her a next man drip who not sitting too far from her.
Yeah.
And if her daughter wasn't there, she would have gotten the drip and it wasn't her drip.
You hear that, honey?
It wasn't her drip.
Mighty God.
And when they read out the name, the gentleman turned to her daughter and said, "I know how long I've been sitting here and waiting on the drip." And it's my sister-in-law, they put in the drip in. If my niece didn't get up and say, "Yeah, what happened?" Just get rid of, just take it out and just let my mother go, she would have died because the drip they're giving her is not hers.
Whoa.
The nurse, them tired. The doctor, them tired. Them don't have any equipment. They don't have. I am in the nursing field, and I know what it is when it's overcrowded. But Jamaica is not overcrowded. There's no service there.
No service.
No service. When you don't have a blood pressure machine, a diabetic finger stick, you don't have a triage. Call it, because everything is in triage. You don't have that. So what do you? Why you open the hospital? No, we are hearing that they get dialysis machine, 12 of them, and the 12 of them is in private practice, and none of them not got a UC and a UC clear them. You know something? I am waiting on the extradition to talk down the penny, and if I do what is the penny, wipe the penny. Somebody has to the penny because me have prayer the God and me serve. Somebody has to the penny. It's time for Andrew to pay a price. Because Andrew had blood for him, you know. You see the day when Andrew come out and said he apologized up to the dead, the unborn, and everybody else. Andrew wanted to know what he did, you know. Andrew wanted to sell out Jamaican people for riches, for a man who couldn't pay him student loan, to a man who is a billionaire, and the Jamaican people is suffering. You still have people saying Andrew Onis is doing good. What kind of good is Andrew Onis doing? You don't have clinic no more. You don't have hospital anymore. All you have is mobs. And all of them invested in the funeral home because that's where the money coming from. When they kill you, now you have to go to the hospital and the doctor have to choose who going to live, who going to die. You went to the hospital tonight and see a family member, okay and fine. And tomorrow morning when you go there, them tell you, say, oh, guess what happened? She didn't make it or he didn't make it. And she did. Go over that Heartland funeral home and see if you find her body over there or his body over there. Come on now, man. When are we going to wake? What do you think about it? We can't wake up. We cannot wake up.
You remember what?
We don't know where Andrew wanted to Jamaican people. Tell me I wonder if Jamaica, the same Jamaica, I go down the last year. And when I went down there, I stayed Ocherios. And I am an observer. And when I look on the people in face, you can't see the hungry. You can't see the desperation. You can't see everything from the people in face. If you ever take on them foot, they would have killed all them hungry. And then not kill it because they want to kill it, then kill it because they're desperate and they're frustrated. You understand me? I said to you, my brother.
Oh, yes.
Why, right? I say so right now, and I live in America over 40 days, and I don't think me go back to Jamaica now. Because I don't see a reason to go back down there. I don't see a reason. Because to go down there and take sick, where am I going to go? Because even if I go to the private company, and the private company can't help me, then I go send me, go down a UC, then I go send me back KPH, then I go send me back this. When I was living down there, I go to Andrews Memorial. But if Andrews Memorial can't do it, then go and send me someplace that it was better then, it never good, but it was better then. No, where am I going to go if I take sick?
Exactly.
I have my money to buy the ticket to come back the nearest fine and come back a Florida, come get some treatment because I'm an American citizen. But what about the people that when I have no visa, them have nothing? There's so much old people in Jamaica just dying. That's why I say, my heart grieve, me take me to the mind of God, I'm tell you, man. My brother, let me tell you the truth, you know. You know, so then say tsunami a come. And then say earthquake a come. I know that we can't wait for it come. Because God about we have saved his own. I am asking him to just save the remnant. Because I am grieving. My heart has hurt me. Because I didn't have the power that God have. I know how to clean up. But Andrew, when he said there's another hurricane on the way. Now it's January. Hurricane season starts in June, right?
Yes.
Time to check.
Yes, you're correct.
And it finished the end of November, right?
Yes.
And him said, hurricane a come. From last month, just like how them care, Melissa, come control for the people them. I see and say this one I start at Kingston, but I am hoping and praying that the God that I serve, it starts from Beverly Hills. It starts from downtown Kingston, down a walk through Garden House and go back Beverly Hills and shake off the thief in money when take and build the mansion. And shake him and him follower them carrying a seat. The good have to suffer with the bad. Not with the bad, but with the bad. Bob Marley did say, many more will have to suffer. Many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. And that's what we reach right now. And I am hoping and praying that day come. That Mr. Andrew Owen is just roadblock. But in God, they will no saying God. Him and him followers them. Him and his size 13. Pay Everybody do it here, and just then take the land and get to. You see, she run me God, I in there and over there, and I show people up in them banana chips and plantain chips and all kind of chips. You don't want to see that.
All
You
right.
want to see taking care of the people them in Jamaica, the people them that is suffering, dying and bent. You guys, you can't imagine you live in Jamaica and go hospital here, they have beach share and they have seasand. People sitting on the chair and dying for the help, little help.
What rough?
Byron,
Yes.
my heart that grieve.
Blessings.
I am very sorry how we country wind up, and I know we all love the country, but we have to pray. But me not think prayer can't help you again because God begs. And when God begs, it's all over.
All right.
Over, my brother. Just, Mr. Melting Pot, love your papa.
Hello.
Love you. Just take care of yourself.
Blessings.
All right.
Blessings. Love you, my sister.
All right, boom.
Enough respect, sister.
All right. Now, Jamaica, I am going to reveal a document to you all as it relates to the Jamaica Code of Conduct document. And you are going to see as to the reason why Andrew Holness did not sign it, and definitely influenced all of his members of parliament not to sign it, because it is a very serious document. And I am going to show it to you. This is not the, the others that, some people are showing. This comes from out of the archives, and I'm going to show it to you. Right? PJ Patterson signed off. Edward Seaga signed off. And this goes to show you, as it relates to the premeditated act that Andrew Holness executed. Andrew Holness definitely went into power to execute his high level of criminality. We are going to read through the act, and you are going to realize as to the fundamental reason why Andrew Holness, and even now as we speak, have not signed the Code of Conduct. Let us get into it and show Jamaican people. When we say that Andrew Holness is a criminal, Andrew Holness is a criminal. Indeed, no two way about that. Now, here it is, the fundamental document, right? And let me just close this out. Here it is, Agreement and Declaration on Political Conduct, right? George William Garden House, Jamaica. This is Tuesday, June 11, 2002, Jamaica. Here is PJ Patterson, Right Honorable Percival J. Patterson, QC MP, Prime Minister of Jamaica, leader of the People's National Party. My name like to call this one name, So I see him, I don't know him. You understand? Because him do the level of wickedness. You understand? This is the man who give birth to the vicious person who we have now claiming that he's Prime Minister. Vicious to Jamaican people. Here it is. Joint Agreement and Declaration on Political Conduct. Now, Genesis, the People's National Party and Jamaica Labour Party affirm their belief in the sanctity of human life and abhor taking human life or the violation of the persons of anyone because of their political allegiance. Declare their opposition to and rejection of the use of violence or intimidation by any of their members of supporters as a means of expressing political support or furthering political objectives. 3, denounce the procurement, possession, or distribution of weapons or ammunition of any sort by their members or supporters for use in political activity. Affirm their commitment to non-violent relations between the members and supporters of both political parties. Repudiate any action by their members or supporters calculated to provoke, threaten, or intimidate the members or supporters of the other party. Recognize and respect the right of each party, its members and supporters, to express and demonstrate their political views and to conduct lawful, non-violent activities in support of their objectives. 7. Both parties agree that they will not offer or support as candidate anyone pronounced by a judicial body to be guilty of a criminal conduct involving violence or any other person who has been adjudged by a judicial or quasi-judicial body established pursuant to law of conduct of moral turpitude, provided such a person appeared or was summoned to appear as a result of specific allegation charge. We have seen that the court found Dalrymple guilty. Andrew Holness, in spite of the court found Dalrymple guilty, doubled down in the face of the court and put Dalrymple in Parliament. In furtherance of foregoing, the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party hereby agree that a code, this is it now, people, I want you to listen to this. Both the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party. This is establishing law. This is what Andrew Holness must follow and should follow. Why did we allow him to get away by not signing the code of conduct? And as we speak, his third administration, Andrew Holness, still not signing the code of conduct. So you tell me now, this is what we are going to read and establish to the entire Jamaicans. In furtherance of the foregoing, the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party hereby agree that 1. A code of political conduct as set out in Appendix 1 of this agreement will be established and will come into effect immediately upon the signing of this agreement by the leaders, chairman, and general secretaries of both parties. I am going to send this to the opposition. I want to find out why Andrew Holness has been allowed not to sign the code of conduct. A senior ombudsman with responsibility for investigating breaches of the code of conduct will be appointed. Andrew Holness make sure that him get rid of the ombudsman. When we are telling Jamaica that the man is 100% a criminal. Here it is. A senior ombudsman with responsibility for investigating breaches of the code of conduct will be appointed. Andrew Holness make sure that him acts the ombudsman premeditatedly, because he knew very well that he was going into the politics to create havoc, what he is creating right now. In carrying out his investigative and deliberative functions, the ombudsman may be assisted by a tribunal which includes a bipartisan representation, the composition and functions of which will be set out under separate cover. The officers, executive and constituency representative of both parties will use their authority and will make every possible effort to ensure restraint on the part of their members and supporters to encourage respect for each other's rights and freedoms to effect compliance with the provisions of the Code of the Political Conduct and to support the principles of this agreement. I want to know why Andrew Holness and his administration allowed to get away with this. Both political parties undertake appropriate action and any recommendation made by partisan tribunal. Every candidate, along with an influential member of the community who's a part of the party organization, will sign their card and will be mutandis, subject to the same sanctions as if he or she were the candidate. In addition to, and without prejudice to the foregoing, both the People's National Party and the Jamaican Labour Party will continue to work together on additional measures, including the vexed question of distribution of scarce benefits, which may be taken to reinforce this agreement, to improve relations between the members and supporters of both parties, to eliminate politically motivated violence, and to encourage peaceful political coexistence, political campaigns, and election. Andrew Holness allowed the police to leave the polling station of Paul Buchanan, and where, of course, supporters of Andrew Holness, the JLP, running, do what they want to do. The Criminal Act. Let us go to the appendix of the Code of Political Conduct and let us show the Jamaican people why that Andrew Holness acted premeditatedly by not signing this, getting rid of the political ombudsman so that the political ombudsman cannot hold him responsible, because he knew very well he was going to effect criminal behavior. Just look at this. I am showing you the premeditated act of Andrew Holness. Appendix 1, Code of Political Conduct. Let us get into it, my Jamaican people. Non-violence and non-intimidation. A, no person should engage in, adopt, or otherwise encourage any form of violence or intimidation in their political activities. There should be no procurement or distribution of weapons or ammunition of any sort for use in political activities. No threats of violence or intimidation whatsoever, whether expressed or implied, should be made against anyone or any group of persons because of their political affiliation. No person should be forced against their will to declare their political affiliation or to acknowledge any affiliation whatsoever. People in the Tivoli Gardens community, if it is being known that anyone who live in the community of Tivoli Gardens voted PNP, they have to move out. They will be killed. Every individual should be free to go about his or her lawful business without restriction, harassment, or intimidation, and should actively discourage the erecting of roadblocks in this regard. Candidates or others acting on behalf of candidates must not use funds derived from any source, public or private, to improperly influence electoral choices. Andrew Holness done that. Andrew Holness done that. Safety of private and public property. No damage should willfully be done to any property, whether private or public, in the course of or as a result of any political event or activity. 3, avoidance of confrontation. Nothing should be done or encouraged which it can be reasonably expected will lead to volatile confrontation between opposing political factions. Every effort must be made to avoid any act which is likely to be provocative or which will increase tensions between opposing political functions. 4, public utterances Party officials, including platform speakers, should not make statements which are inflammatory or likely to incite others to confrontation or violence, constitute slander or libel, are malicious in reference to opposing candidates, their family, and party officials. 5. Freedom of access. Nothing should be done to unlawfully prevent or restrict anyone from canvassing or campaigning in any place. Andrew Owens had done this. Nothing should be done to unlawfully restrict or jeopardize the movement along any public road of anyone or any group of persons engaged in legitimate political activities. 6. Avoid of defeating of building or installations. There should be no defacing of any structure, roadway or installation, whether privately or publicly owned, for the purpose of displaying any political message or slogan, except in such manner as is permitted by law. No action in relation to the distribution of any pamphlets, handbill, poster, or any similar material shall be taken in such manner as would constitute a breach of the Anti-Litter Act. 7. Code of ethics. In case of a breach or suspected breach, the two parties agree that each side will firstly consult with the other and, if necessary, invoke the intervention of the tribunal before recourse of any other forum. Nothing in the above should be deemed to mean that either side or any individual has relinquished ultimate recourse. And there it is, right? All ministers before, there it is, signed an agreement. Here are the signatures. Here are the signatures, my people. Principal signatures. Here it is, signed in agreement. Right? Right Honorable Percival J. Patterson. Right Honorable Edward Seaga. Honorable Robert Pickersgill. Ryan Peralta. This document, I am going to send it to ISAT, and I'm going to send it to other persons as well. Take this document away. So when we are saying here that Andrew Holness premeditatedly denial of that and executed criminality upon Jamaica, you understand why Andrew Holness have not signed the code of conduct. He doesn't want to be held responsible. Melting Pot, finish this up for us.
I mean, it's so sad that we keep a guy who we see him mutinate all of the agents to them, but for hold him accountable. Yeah, by weakening the judicial side of things. Yeah, where the justice, within the structured law that should hold these people accountable. And you go in and him try to mutinate them. Integrity Commission, yeah. You want to move the Auditor General from around that. While the Auditor General was commissioned from as far back as, early 2000. You understand? And we know it's something that is there to provide checks and balance and to make things transparent. But where Andrew Wallace is concerned, as you just show the document, that it's signed by, both sides and has been adhered to, and the principle in keeping with that document as it relates to the code of conduct was being intact. Andrew Wallace is the only one come and derail that process, him is a gang leader. And what you have to do with gang leader, you have to get the gang leader out of the society. This is why I'm calling on my fellow Jamaican to recognize what are the faults with Jamaica. The fault with Jamaica lies within the structural leadership organization, where Andrew Holness continue to demonstrate himself to be a dictator and a guy who does not adhere to law that preside over the land. He want to change everything. This man we don't build a school, people want to learn to come with them little garbage about move the country into Republican status because he want to become president. This piece of shit here. We are look legacy out of Jamaican suffering poor people. Where him not have nothing where him leave give them. Michael man, they did not seek legacy, but Michael did so much more for the people of Jamaican. You understand? So we are look on this guy as a no nonsense monster. He's a no nonsense monster. He'll eat you alive. Whatever I want to pursue, him go after it. He's a monster in a society. Jamaican people must rise up against him. Because that's why I shape it this way and use the term no nonsense monster will rise up against you. You have to make sure you get rid of him. Because just look how the world evolved when human being was put on the earth. We'd have to get rid of the dinosaur because we could not live amongst dinosaurs. We have to get rid of Andrew Holness. By all means, we have to get rid of him. If you keep Andrew, you sink Jamaica. If Jamaica sink, we lose Jamaica. So what is the alternative method? We have to rid Jamaica of this guy. Rid the country out of him hand because him don't have nothing to offer to Jamaican anymore. The man ravished the place.
Yeah.
Jamaica has become literally, not in the eyes anymore of the wider world and its society. Because of corruption.
Melting pot, we have 2 minutes to close out because we don't want to go beyond 10. So use the 2 minutes to close out.
Well, yeah, we can't finish within the restricted time yet. So we are just saying to the people, we have to rally. We have to rally around the flag. You understand? I remember the flag is what, retain the symbol of our patriotism. Yeah, the flag is what we, pay homage to in terms of respecting the national anthem. We're not supposed to pay no homage to a disrespectful, corrupted leader like Andrew Holness. So, the flag is more important to us. And if we tarnish the reputation of a flag, the flag will not be presented and our anthem will not be heard outside of Jamaica because eventually what Andrew Holness is trying to achieve is where a large section of the world cut ties with Jamaica. See, America is trying to utilize that same mechanism. Your food, 20 of the items that have the shelf, your visa application process, them freeze it, and many more type of austerity measure from the United States government will be placed on Jamaica as well. So we have to protect our sovereignty. Yeah, we have to make sure now that we respect the flag and not the party. And I yield back the floor to you, Sir Byron.
All right, thank you, Melting Pot, for that wonderful, powerful punch. Well, that deals with the end of our show for tonight. We want to say a big thanks for all the persons who always come out and support Mystic Sensation. Right? We want to say a big thank you to all of you. All right, Melting Pot, enough respect, right? Always show and always deliver. 100%. Melting Pot always deliver the goods. So big respect, Melting Pot. And we say stay tuned for we have Reason with Ratigan. We have also Lonesome, right, and other channels, right, who are engaged in ensuring good governance, right? So continue to support. My people, I am out. Love you all. Big up yourself. walk good. And we are committed for good governance. We are not going to stop until we build back Jamaica. We are fighting for Jamaica and the generation therein. Thank you. Bless up yourself. Walk good.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.